There is so much going on in this world. I mean, if it isn't the updates with the David case, updates with this unfortunate loss of this young lady, Kada Smith, we have to talk about that. I need our young people to really, really lock in when it comes to people stalking them, being upfront, talking about it, not trying to solve everything themselves. Everything that's going, the world is going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. What can we do? I mean, most of this stuff you couldn't make it up if you tried. I don't think in the history of the world or the history of my 55 years of existence that I ever think we would see this land come to this madness. However, it's one of those things where it's pretty much out of our hands. But come on, guys, lock in. Let's have this discussion. Guys, I have missed you. Shout out to the headmaster herself, Miss K-Leg. Make sure you guys show your girl some love. First and foremost, you know what to do. When you come to the door, you take your shoes off, grab a pair of fuzzy socks out of the basket, jump on the couch, put your feet up, stay a while. Shout out to the headmaster herself, Miss K-Leg. She's coming to the stage, guys. She's going to be on with us because having her on was such a dream and a breeze. It felt so natural. It felt so good. So we got catching up to do. Let's do a little roll call in the meanwhile. Let me send this link to K-Leg. And I think I'll bring a few of you up today too. So you can talk about what's going on, all these updates we're touching on, things of that nature. Have your say. Shameless plug to my former radio show, Have Your Say. But you guys come up and have your say as well. Because there's so much going on in this world. I mean, I don't know if one update show is enough. And shout out to everybody who sent me love. Shout out to everybody who's been emailing me, messaging me, sending me love. I appreciate you guys wholeheartedly. It means the world to me. Never think that I'm not paying attention. Girl just got so much going on over here. But let's get and to those who watched the J-Lo is delusional thing, I promise you I did not know that thing was black. Did not know that the picture and the images didn't come up. But that's okay. We're going to get into it. Let's do a little roll call. I see the nerd herd up in the house. Absolutely. Rest in peace to Kada. Everybody show some love to your girl K-Lig. Y'all know what to do. Panama flags, flowers, whatever you want to send her. Send some love to our girl. Shout out to Kicking It with Auntie Leah. Thank you, baby. I got your message. Thank you. And thank you for the Cash App love, boo. I didn't even see it till last night. First time. I didn't even know it was there. Shout out to Sasha P. Hey, boo. Sonia Smith. Hey, love. For Sean Matthews. What up for Sean? Lavelle Lewis. Shout out to everybody, honey. All of the people in the nosebleed. Shout out to my nosebleeds people. Shout out to the nosebleeds. Guys, you guys are in here. Share the live so that the nerd herd can know that we in the house. I'm sure that there's a host of things going on all over YouTube. And so let the people know we're up in the house, we're live, and we are going to, yes, there's so much going on in the world. Oh, hey, you know what? I like that name, Screw Tube. Indeed. There is so much going on in the world. We came equipped to discuss quite a few topics tonight. And where are you, K-Leg? Jump on, boo. I dropped the link in the chat. Where you at, boo? Don't y'all love? Put a 1 in the chat if you guys love K-Leg being on screen as well. Put a 1 in the chat if you love K-Leg co-hosting. I love it as well. Shout out to everybody in the nerd herd, our nosebleeds, people in the nosebleeds, in the bushes, people wherever you are watching us from. If you're behind the wall, if you are at work, if you are in your, everybody. Hey, Keisha. Y'all know my. It ain't no party if Keisha ain't in the house, baby. Absolutely, Kicking It with Auntie Leah. Sure you can. I would be honored. Thank you so much. Something the kind of 90s R&B vibe. And I like to take this moment, since I haven't been on air since this occurred. Lavelle came with the gills. My kids used to get me with that gill. Ooh, baby, that's their favorite thing. Shout out to D'Angelo. Hey, Spooky Events. I haven't been on, and I gotta say a rest in peace to D'Angelo, a friend from the past. You know, your girl was out there, especially in the 90s, baby. I was outside singing and in that whole industry, um, vibe and movement and crew. And the 90s New York music scene was a vibe. But I knew, and I'm gonna tell you something. As soon as I heard that D'Angelo had passed, first in peace, rest in peace to D'Angelo, and rest in peace to the incomparable Angie Stone. What a and prayers, grace and mercy out to their son. For such a young man to lose both his parents within a small amount of time, that is just devastating. I can't imagine what he's enduring. I think that would be tough for anybody, but for such a young man to have to endure such a thing. But I've always had a premise: when God takes your parents early, it's because you are something great. You are something great and mighty, and God is going to reveal that. So, I'm sure that's no consolation prize now when you are mourning and grieving, but I pray God's grace and mercy over you, young man, that you may be fortified with the love and the memories and I just pray that in your time of grieving and mourning, the memories and the warm thoughts envelop you like a warm hug, and they are sufficient for your needs. And I mean that. Back in the 90s, so there's this, how many of you are familiar with the soul food restaurant in Harlem called Sylvia's? Sylvia's is a cultural icon. She has a soul food restaurant on Lenox Ave, right around at 120. It's not 125th, but it's like 127th, like right off 125th, 126, something like that. And back in the day, so I knew Kedar Massenberg, who was his manager, and is the first person I thought, outside of his child, it's the first person I thought of because I know how hard Kedar Massenberg worked to make D'Angelo a star. And I remember those days very vividly, and I was actively pursuing my own record deal at the time. I went to Kedar, like, put me on. But the style of music that I did was the same neo soul type singing like Erykah Badu. And he's like, I can't sign somebody that sounds like my breadwinner. I can't do that, which made total sense. Absolute and utter total sense. But I know that this hit him hard because I remember those formative years. I used to literally, so Sylvia, the soul food restaurant, eventually opened a little spot next door, and they called it Sylvia's 2, I believe, or Sylvia's Also, something like that. And I used to hang out with D'Angelo in there. And when I tell you, he was, and lots of other notable figures in music and entertainment and stuff like that. And when I tell you that he was just, shout out to Lisa. Hey, Lisa, got your message, boo. Thank you. How's your girlfriend? How's your friend doing? I need an update. She's been on my spirit. D'Angelo was such an amazing, down-to-earth. When I tell you he was a true cultural connoisseur and lover of his craft and music and his instrument, his vocal instrument, he was just very down-to-earth, very not your average quote-unquote celebrity. And I just wanted to say rest in peace to him. And, I pray that the ancestors were waiting for him at the gate and that he was met with love and welcoming arms and rest. Because sometimes this realm, baby, this earthly realm where this thing that everybody wants, and we all want to live as long as possible, but my God, it has something to be desired at times. Hey, Sarah. Sarah said, Natanya, sending so much love during this difficult time being an empty nester. God is good. Amen. Asheo. Listen, I'm good. It took a while for me to get into the swing of things, but yeah, I got to put a picture on the screen. The Dopest dog has The dopest dog is, oh, I said the dopest dog. This sucker ran downstairs and came right here. Nosy? Yeah, listen, he has become a pampered pooch and he got a lot of attitude and personality. I said the dopest dog. Do you know he came running downstairs? He just came up to me. Well, he went to the groomer the other day, guys. His birthday is coming up. His birthday is coming up. Let me show you my boo-boo. Now, you guys have all seen him before. I've lifted him up and shown you Kobe. I need to send a picture of Kobe and put it on the screen. He hears me talking about him, and he is... My boo-boo looks so adorable. He was giving us profile views in this particular thing, but I took him to the groomers, guys, for his first birthday haircut. You know, when a kid they're turning one, they say don't cut their hair until they can talk. Well, child, he virtually talks because this dog here, I think my screen is flipped. Guys, I'm going to do something unorthodox and flip my screen right on screen because it feels awkward this way. Let's see. Oh, Kobe, the noise, please, 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 please. You know, I cannot stand all of that. Okay. All right, guys, unorthodox, but there we go. There we go. That feels okay. That feels normal. Wait till y'all see Kobe. Baby. Wait till y'all see Mr. Kobayashi. Honey, looking spiffy. Looking spiffy if I don't say so myself. Oh, Corbin got groomed too? Hey, Barbara. Oh, thank you, my love. I didn't even see that. Thank you for the shout. My God, my God. How did that? What was I looking at? How did I miss that? I didn't even see the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Barbara. I appreciate you wholeheartedly. Guys, you know what time it is. Tithes and offerings. Your girl Barbara started it off. A cheerful giver is a blessed giver. Make sure y'all, first and foremost, acknowledge your girl, Miss Kaylig. She said, hey, Natanya, hi, chat. $ KAYLIGG. That is $ KAYLIGG on Cash App. Thank you, my love. We appreciate you wholeheartedly. Thank you for the love. Be a cheerful giver, guys. Either on, you can do a super chat, super sticker, however you want to give, or you can opt for Cash App, and that's $ THA. Why does my screen say THE? That's odd. THA, Dopest Nerd. I don't know why that says THE, but it's all good. I'll fix it later. Yes, I'm a dog mommy. And let me show you my dog mommy pictures. Guys, you are going to absolutely gag when you see Mr. Kobe. Okay, let's see. Kaylig. Oh, let me drop the link also again. She was taking care of some stuff, y'all. But there is so much going on in the world. I mean, you cannot make this, literally cannot make the madness of what is going on in this world up. May God be with us all, because it is. Shout out to Keisha for the love offering. Thank you, my love. She said, Kobe, love you. Oh, listen, I hate to say it, but my baby's a brat. Okay? Thank you so much for the super sticker, sis. Hi, Michelle. Let me show you our Kobe, y'all. Y'all gonna gag. Let me show y'all Mr. Kobe, honey. Looking cute. Oh, these. All right. I got to do that again. You know, sometimes these images want to do their own thing. Something about I always have to take a screenshot. Let me take this one where he looks so luxurious. I got to take a screenshot of the picture, then I got to edit it for it to, which doesn't make sense because this is apple to apple. So, but whatever. You know, God said, I never said life would be easy. So why you belly aching? I won't even waste my time. Look at my boo-boo. He just looks so adorable. If it wasn't for the fact that he looks so adorable, I would have been a little, because you know he got the good 4C curls, honey. But he went and got groomed. His birthday is Sunday, and he looks adorable. And let me tell y'all what this guy said. So while I was in there picking Kobe up, another guy came in there to pick his dog up. And he was like, hey, cutie, oh my God. And Kobe was giving him all this love and, you know, and he was rubbing Kobe. He was like, you're adorable. You're a handsome dog. And they were laughing and interacting. And I tell you, yes, baby, the 4C curls. And I tell you, Kobe was just loving all the love. So when they brought his dog out, his dog was a gigantic schnauzer, like tall. Like if he stood up on his hind legs, he would be taller than his owner. He had to be at least 100 and something pounds. This dog was massive. And like a TV dog, he had to be 4 feet at least, standing up on his fours. Massive dog. So I pulled Kobe to the corner. I was like, oh, come on, Kobe, get in this corner. Big black schnauzer, only because I didn't want the dog to get little Kobe. And then another guy came in there and he came with his gigantic Doberman. Him and the schnauzer were both the same size, huge. So I'm me and Kobe in the corner, like squinching, like, like Marmaduke. I started to say Marmaduke, but when I say it, most people don't know what I'm talking about. Go, Sasha. See, that's why I love my nerd herd. Girl, why one of the guys gonna say, what's the matter, white boy? You scared of my dog? I said, excuse me, he's light-skinned, okay? Everybody busted out in laughter. It was hilarious. But I was pulling Kobe and he started laughing. He was like, oh, my bad, I'm sorry. And it was so funny. And then I was pulling Kobe when I was telling my son about it. He said, wait a minute. I know you didn't pull your white dog away when 2 black dogs came in, mommy. I was like, my bad. I didn't even realize I had done that. But my thing was I was scared of Kobe getting, mollywopped by the big dogs because they were huge. They could have just been wanting to play with Kobe, but they were so big. And Kobe, this child don't know a stranger. He might have autism too, because, look at mommy's baby. Look at my baby, guys. Look at the dopest dog. Get a load of this guy. Look at the dopest dog. Doesn't he look so cute, guys? Doesn't he look simply divine? Let me show you his other picture. He looks so adorable. I couldn't get enough of him. I was like, oh, mommy's baby. Look at my baby. Look how cute my baby. He is soft like a a fluffy ball of soft fur. I said, and I'm gonna tell, and baby, he is spoiled. And let me tell you something. We went out to walk, and it started a few drizzles started coming down. My boy started ducking, like, oh, come on, let's go, honey. Like he knew if he got that 4C wet, baby, that thing was gonna revert like a silk press that was going back to natural. He was tipping out of the rain, like, not me. I said, look at my little baby. He's so adorable. He's so adorable. I'm super happy. Soft like velvet. Soft like velvet. I mean, he's a golden doodle. They just outdid themselves with me. I said I want him to have an afro, but I had cut it down a little before. But I digress, guys. Let's get to I know we're happy to be back together. It's been a minute. Your girl just needed silence. God told me peace be still, and I peace be still. I hate to say it. I had another bird on my porch. I showed it to Kaylee. I was like, I don't know what this is. And then some guy banging on my door. So Kobe and I were sitting in the living room and we just heard this kind of like boom, 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 like knocking like the po-po or something. And I'm like, who that's knocking on my door like that? Because anybody that knows me know I don't play that. Do not knock on my door like that. And so me, Kobe, and Lottie went to the front window and we look out the window and I see this guy, his truck is he's running away from my house. I explained it to Kaylee like this. You remember in Menace to Society when Kane mollywopped that guy and the guy had ran across the street like, hey, partner, with that little kind of, that's how the guy was running. He had ran from my house across, his car was, if you come to somebody's house, you're going to park in front of their house. If you're coming for something intentional and something sincere and honest, the guy comes to my house, but his truck is across the street, 2 houses down the block, with his door open and the car running. You come to my door, bang, bang, bang on the door. And when I come to the window, you're running back across the street. So, me and Lottie and Kobe went outside. I was like, who the fuck? He turned around. He saw me out on the porch, but he jumped in his car and drove off. And I was like, y'all playing too much now. Now, y'all playing too much. Y'all is playing too much. But that's all right. I feel like somebody's trying to provoke me to do a thing. They want to hear Lottie sing. They must have heard that Lottie could sing good, and they want to actually hear her sing. And so they're trying to provoke me to allow them to hear Lottie sing. But I got no problem with Lottie singing. Singing is a beautiful gift. And if she must sing, why? If you got the vocal cords, sing, baby, sing. I just want to be left alone, really. But some people, I don't know who this person is. I've never seen that car. It was like an old, and I don't want to say old, but it was like a X5, like the old school model of an X5. And I'm like, what are you doing? You down 2-3 houses down. Past the house, my block is small. And when I say small, I don't mean it's a small block. My block only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses on my block. When I say small, that's what I mean. It's a nice size cul-de-sac, but we only have 6 houses. You get used to who's coming to what house. You know the cars that are familiar to those houses. And a couple of the houses don't really got no traffic because they got older ladies in it. So, hello. But I know what it is. They trying to provoke me to let Lottie sing because they heard that Lottie Daddy like to party. I told them she don't cause trouble and she don't bother nobody. However, she could sing like a mother. And if she is forced to sing, well, sing she must. Hey, Mocha B. Hi, my niecey Pooh. And so that's what's been going on. But other than that, hey, Martha, what's up? I've been on some chill mode, just getting into me, deep in my word, a lot of praying, a lot of just getting in the swing of things with this new empty nester life. Like, it's a whole different experience. It's a vibe, it has its pluses and its minuses, but it's been good. God willing, it's been good. So, but that's what's been going on. But let's get to the topic at hand. Have you guys heard what's going on with this David case? What do you guys think? What do you think? One of the very first things I heard that the Holy Spirit placed in my mind, that came to my heart, the very first, when we first heard about this case and they said she was found in a Tesla, I said, case solved. And so somebody I know was like, what do you mean case solved? They said they don't know who did it. I said, baby, a Tesla records at all times, 360 degrees, internal and external cameras. It records at all times. I said, case closed. The fact that this case is still dragging on tells me this got something to do with some higher ups, some powerful people, some Hollywood people, and some whole other world outside of the normal we know. Cause baby, ain't no way. If that was Joe Schmo or Pookie or Man Man, baby, case would have been wrapped up, solved with a bow on it. They would have done had their bologna sandwich and their piece of cornbread that somebody in its cell would have had their finger on and say, "You gonna eat your cornbread?" Locked away already. This whole, it is giving telenovela. It is giving, let's drag it out for production value. It is giving someone is making a Tubi movie as we speak. It is giving Netflix is filming already. First of all, even if this young lady is no longer alive, we know one thing for certain, two things for sure. A grown man was interacting with a child who was not of the age of consent, whose friend had text messages. I don't know if y'all are familiar with this part. Her friend had a text message where apparently Celeste was, we'll say, hemorrhaging after having contact, and she was afraid, and she was asking her friend, am I going to be okay? Like, what's causing this? And, we had contact, and I'm scared because I'm hemorrhaging. And she said, did you have hemorrhage all the time, every time you did it? And she said, not with David, only with this other boy, this other guy, man, I don't know. Kaylee was telling me about that, Martha Cardile. She was telling me that Sloan Bella was channeling them. So we know already that this man had physical contact or had a young girl within his custody that was not his child, that he was not the guardian for, who was not the age of consent. Nighty night, Simply Natural Bell. Or good night like West Indian, good night like hi, darling. All right. Hi, my love. She was not the age of consent. So the fact that he had her within the confines of his home and, oral copulation, whatever you want to call it, he should already be in custody for that. However, I know in investigative, yes, they run the world, baby. They run the world. They run the world. Yes, they do, honey. The Pedialites run the world. Yes, indeed. And here's the crazy thing. We know he had contact with a child who was a minor for whom he was not the guardian for. And while in his custody or within the confines of his custody, she became unalived and lost her life. If nothing else, that deserves a walk into the station. However, I know during investigative processes, they know most information is released and spilled when people are hustling to try to clean up the mess and hide evidence. And so perhaps they have them under massive surveillance and, that's what this is. They're watching him make mistakes and make moves and do things, and they want to see how much mistakes he's going to make, how many conversations is he going to have, and all that. They probably already have his devices, the subpoena for his devices, and they're probably already being tapped. And I find it to be quite bizarre. But at the same token, I also will say, while he bears a level of responsibility, her mama needs to come to the front of the room and her father to the front of the room, because your child is gone for months at a time. She's with some grown man. The brother already admitted he know that she was there, and they went to movies at whatchamacallit, and she didn't come back. And the brother and the sister knew, and they said the sister was Bishop Don Magic wanting her out. Y'all catch that one? Because there's so much we can't say on ScrewTube. Bishop Don Magic Wand is a what? Or named Slickback. A PIMP named Slickback. They said her older sister was slickbacking her out. So What's going on over there? And how come, listen, I've seen cases where parents were arrested for far less. If nothing else, at least investigated, brought in for far less. A simp. There you go. He was, okay, her sister was simping her out. A 50 Cent lyric. Thank you, y'all. Shrimp. There you go. Was shrimping her out. How is it that we don't see anybody be, hey, Fluffy, what's the dealy, love? Why don't we see anybody being brought in? This is it's being held so slick backing. There you go, term coin. He was slick backing her. Why is it so laissez-faire? Something about it don't pass the smell test with me. It is giving Tubi, it is giving telenovela, it is giving something in the milk ain't clean. That's what it's giving. But I will also say, and K-Leg was updating me on, K-Leg, you coming on screen? What's up, mama? Where you at? I dropped the link. Where you at? Let me drop it again. It's giving, they don't want to solve it. You understand? They want, somebody want, it's giving his Illuminati check cleared. Something is not right here. Absolutely. It's giving, you tried it, but it's definitely given, you got to go, because you know they say you have to go through a humiliation ritual to join. And so something about it. Ooh, there you go, Sasha. Sasha, come on, girl. She said it's giving Aaliyah's parents and the Black Dahlia. You know how many people don't know about the Black Dahlia? I've had that conversation with people all over. What up, Simply Natural Bell? And so many people don't know. It is giving the Black Dahlia. And you're right, it ain't over, but I'm sorry. Hey, Sam here? What's the dealie, Sam? Throw some love in the chat for my girl, Sammy Sam. It's giving the Black Dahlia. Right Sound Studios, what's the deal? You know how you do it 2 times. Get it going. We ain't been here that long. And God is not sleeping, for Sean. You are 100% right. But it disturbs my soul. What up, boo? What it do, boo? It disturbs my soul that somebody's child was folded up. Some theorize, they said this dismembered, whether or not she was something that and so the owner of the house that they were formerly renting hired his own private investigator. The private investigator was able to go around, get access to all the cameras in the neighborhood, and actually got surveillance video footage of them placing the car where it was before it was found. Said the window was down 3/4 of the way and could clearly see who it was, then went to the social media and cross-referenced for the day that the car was moved, the individual with that outfit, cross-referenced, got all that information, even said when the car first was moved, at one point there was no air freshener in it, but then when the car was driven past again and moved, there was a pine tree air freshener in it. Now, the pine smell, come on. Pine tree air freshener in that car. Y'all try to put a pine tree, that means you had full well knowledge of a funky odor in the car. That's a human life. A young girl, no doubt. But I have to say something, and no disrespect for homeschooling, because at one point, Nirvana was homeschooled. She wanted to be. She would beg me for, I was like, yo, go to school, interact with kids. You don't want to interact with people. You will be a social misfit if you don't have natural interactions with young people. I believe part of that is David's problem. He was homeschooled. I saw a video sometime back with his mom and his dad was the mother was sitting in a chair and she was kind of like, you know how you could be a superstar to the world, but your mama child? And so she don't see you as, especially if it's not the genre that they're familiar with and they know what you do, but they're not immersed in it. So there's that age separation, that age divide. And the mother was just like, I told him, he came crying to me and saying that every time he was streaming, his streams would go viral, but then they would, take them down because he was using other people's music. And she was like, go make your own music then. And that's how he became a singer. The father, however, his energy was very in the chair, kind of slouched down, kind of a man defeated, that he was once the head of household and the HNIC in his realm. And then your child is now the breadwinner and you're not the boss of him anymore. And so now when you try to flex up and exert yourself, he'd be like, oh, really? Give me them keys back then. What? I pay the bills here. A broken man, you ever seen a man whose spirit is broken? That's what the father looked like. Go down that rabbit hole. Go look for that video. I'm telling you, the father looked over it. He looked disgusted. He looked defeated, like a man whose dignity was snatched. And this was all before he was suspected of the Celeste thing. Tell you, something. I got the feeling when I said something in the milk and clean, and these were the happy days, and I said something in the milk and clean. I don't know if he was abused, like beat abused or physically abused, but I know that whole I'm a singer now and I'm singing in this way, and they are very steadfast West Indian parents, Caribbean people. All of this bloody shit, red liquid on a shirt. That's, you're making a clothing line where you have red liquid smeared on the shirt, and you got your fingernails painted, and you're doing all these eclectic things. You are passive aggressively trying to aggravate your parents. It's one thing if it's regimented and predicated on, this is, I love gore, and this is my self-expression, because it's a total and utter far cry from where he started. I'm telling you, the video that I watched from the early days when it was the good, happy days, he was a totally different person than he was with now. And you can see then when he is my hair color too light, y'all? I lightened my hair the other day. I feel like it's a little too light. Maybe I might tone it down. Tell me what y'all think. Put a 2 in the chat if it's too light, and put a 3 in the chat if it looks okay. Let me know. I think it looks too light in contrast to the black, but let me know. But he lightened his hair lighter than this. He started wearing, then he got the blue contact lenses. You think it looks good, Dana? Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Oh, you like it? Okay. Yeah, handprints on that shirt. It's too light, Barbara. I think it's too light. It seems a little light to me. Maybe I might tone it down. Everybody said they like it, but this is coming from a person who never used to color their hair. Never. I was always just black hair. I try to do a little something different to cover the grays, child, the grays. But anywho, we'll figure it out. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. It's just the right color. Thank you, Diane. I appreciate you guys. But he colored his whole head this color. He got blue contact lenses. He was losing himself. And there's something about when an impressionable young person who's not been in the world because you was homeschooled. Let me tell you something about the industry. I used to go on auditions. I used to go sing at record companies, all that, trying to actively shop my demo, get a deal, all that. Let me tell you something. Of course, when you get to the people, when you get to the A&Rs, and back then it was A&Rs, artists and repertoire, you had to go through the A&R. When they talk to you and they're like, oh, what we going to do is this and that. And you're like, oh, no, what we not going to do is that, because this, that. I had that situation. I'm telling you, people in that industry do not like people who say, no, we're not doing that. We're going to do this. If you want to do something else, we'll do a different thing. But we're not doing that because this belongs to someone else. You don't have authorization to. When you talk back and you got some personal fortitude and they know that they can't just make you bend and break. They don't have no use for you. They don't have no use for you. You understand what I'm saying? If you have a history of abuse and you went through things and you were abandoned and you lived in foster care and when you got these they have no moral compass. When you got these crazy stories about all these things that you endured and this, that, and they know that you're so happy to be in that industry, you're so desperate to be famous or make it big or have your chance, that's who they love. When you got mouth on you and you answer back and be like, no, I'm not doing that, they don't like that. And it's funny. I used to say, I would go somewhere, I would go to an audition. I remember this audition one time. I was auditioning. They needed some singers to be the background for this artist. I wish I could remember what her name was. Her singing to me was abysmal. But she was kind of cute and all that. But back then your girl was cute and slim and all that too. But she could barely sing. And they were making us audition to be her backup. And I'm a natural lead. I wasn't trying to be facetious. I wasn't trying to sing her lines. My brain is automatically regimented to take lead. And so even if I'm doing backup, I will naturally gravitate to the lead. She kept stopping and looking back at me like, you singing my part. Baby, when I tell you that the girl cannot sing, she cannot sing. But they were hell-bent that this was going to be a star. I wish I could remember her name. And then me and the other 3 women that were back there auditioning for the backup could sing down to the ground and up back again. But they was so, thank you, loves. Oh, they were so into this non-singing girl. I said, what is it? What is it? But when you have to have some sort of, sad sap story that makes them want you, because then they can, you're malleable. They can, like clay, like a potter, they're the potter and you're the clay. They can mold you into whatever they want you to be. It's not your talent. Yep, you say it again, Martha. It was nothing to do with talent. It had everything to do with how weak you were emotionally, what you've been through. If you've been emotionally scarred, triggered, this, that, the other, that's who they want. That's what the industry wants. They count on your desperation. Listen, I used to be like, they're like, well, what do you do for a living? They're going to always ask you that. What do you do for? I said, I own a beauty salon barbershop. They don't want you to have autonomy and, a sense of self-assuredness. They're not, they need you to be the potter's clay. They pray. There you go, Fluffy. I could always count on Margie to bring it through. Listen, they prey on the weak. They love a weak. They love a weak. I remember being in there with some A&Rs, and they was talking about Bobby Brown and Mary J. Blige like a dog. And I said to one of them, he was like, take you out, this and that. And I said to him, you'll never be talking about me. I said, my grandmother always said, whatever you do to somebody in there, whatever you do in somebody's absence, you'll do worse, or you do in their presence, you'll do worse in their absence. I said, you won't play me. Oh, coming to the stage, y'all. Come on, Kaylee. Looking cute. Can you hear us, Kaylee?
I can. Can you hear me?
I thought you couldn't hear. I was like, is there a delay? Look at Kaylee looking cute, y'all. Hey, there you go for Sean. They like the weakest link. They like the weakest link. If you have a sense of identity, they don't want you. And this boy, being a homeschooled kid who probably came, because I'm telling you, it looked like it was some trauma there. He was perfect for them. And then the fact that he likes all of this, the shirt with the fingerprints and the red liquid and all that. They said, oh, if somebody wanted to set him up to take him down, he's the perfect victim. Look at all the stuff you into. Anybody would believe it, right or wrong. When you got so much money that you have a random Tesla sitting around, you know what people need a old hoopty that they would love to have to get to work? You got a Tesla, top of the line, sitting on a street for months. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. And so when you have somebody who We call that in the Caribbean never see come see. When you're not used to stuff and you come and have access, you get out of pocket, throwing money away. The house he was living in, 20,000 a month. They just came out. He had a second house that he was keeping Celeste at. You just throwing money around. You making money hand over fist, right or wrong? You got a delay?
I don't know what to do.
Oh yeah,
I think so.
Oh, somebody said loving the hairdos, ladies. Thank you, darling.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been trying to get on. I think this happened last time. For me, there's a big lag.
Really?
And when I'm looking at myself, it looks like I'm glitching. So I'm not sure if it's what it's like on your.
To me, a little bit. It looks a little
Yeah.
tidbit. Not huge, but a little bit. Do you have your phone on too?
No.
You have your computer and your phone? I was gonna say turn the phone down. Just the computer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Could be the signal or whatever. No, you look fine. I just felt like you seemed a little lagged.
Yeah, that's what it's sounding like to me.
Everybody say, Kayla, good to see you live, girl.
Hi.
Love you too, Michelle. Yeah, the industry is predatory. What do you have to say? What do you think about this, David? And would you tell everybody what you had seen on what's her name?
Sloan Bella. Shout out to Sloan Bella. She was just talking about, and I don't want to get anything wrong, so this is just from my memory. But she was talking about links to the gaming world and the streaming world. And basically, I think what you called it was a snuff film where ultimately Celeste felt like she was a part of whatever she was being taken to. And it turns out that she was the main attraction, if you will, of this production that lots of different people had paid to watch. And so her unaliving and what they did with the parts of her was all kind of part of what people paid to see. And he kind of groomed her into that. That's a high level recap of what Sloan said. So we were talking about that today. It's just
those of you who know Sloan Bella, give a shout out, let her know we talked about her. Follow. She does. I like her videos. I think sometimes I feel like they're a little off kilter, but that's how the gift works. It works different. You're able to tap in. Martha said yes, a pay-per-view event.
Yes, and remember that's what I was saying. She said paid per view, like people were paying to view this.
And here's the deal. I don't doubt it, not 1 second. I mean, regardless of what you think of, what's the young lady's name? That was, what's her name? That was everywhere in the beginning of all this stuff coming out saying that she was trafficked.
Allie Carter.
Whatever, regardless of what you think, she did describe some things that to me can't totally be far off. Like the probability of some of those things being 100% true is highly likely when you listen to it overall. And snuff films are something that were big in the 70s and the 80s where they would go and harm people. And there was a serial unaliver and he would go and harm people, but there would be somebody with him also filming it from a distance, so that because there was a whole underground network of people who wanted to watch real-time actual unalivings and not like a Tubi movie or something.
Right.
So it's really sick and unfortunate. Really, really sick. And it's sick that there's people who want to watch that. But I'm sure, this is like, would Sloan Bella saying something like this was dark web stuff?
Yes. Yeah, that's what she was saying. But again, going back to the younger generation and the culture of gaming and streaming.
Well, you think this was young people and not older people?
No, I don't think not young people. I mean, more so David's age, not our age.
You think it was David's age people watching it? Oh my God. I was thinking old heads, like drunken old guys who work every day, somebody's manager, but his life is trash. I was thinking that crowd. Young people?
Well, honestly, she said it was all kinds. She said she saw all kinds of people in her vision. She saw all kinds of people. People that look like David were dressed like David. People that look like they had, were dressed to the nines, all, and everything in between. Watching, paying for it.
I've said for years that all of the police motivated crimes that were, taking people out on camera, I said those were, and Holy Spirit put it, I think I've said in the early days of the channel, that those were snuff films, modern day snuff films.
Mm.
That's why they play them over and over on the news, because they are trying to desensitize and traumatize us simultaneously. Because it becomes trauma corn if you keep playing it over and over and over again, like the Alton Maddox, like Alton Sterling, like Mike Brown, like just all of the cases that we had to watch a young man lay in the street for hours, like just it's trauma corn. It's how you gaslight a people by making them watch images of someone who could be their child. Just all of the different ones over the years. But
wow.
The Robert Brooks case, we're going to move on to another case, guys. The Robert Brooks case. Robert Brooks is a gentleman who was incarcerated in the New York City Department of Correction system, and he was being transported from one prison across the street to another. And during the transport, as based on the video footage, he had not done anything. And a gang, we're going to call them exactly what the F they are, a gang of correction officers beat this man to unaliving on camera. Now, what they all did was turn off their body cameras. However, the cameras have been built in New York State with a default that makes them record anyway. You won't hear the sound. You won't hear the audio, but they will record anyway. And it captured this brutal, vile, disgusting unaliving of, they acted in concert as an entire gang, took turns doing, even one guy, the one who was, so a bunch of them pled guilty. And then they had a trial for 3 of them that just culminated yesterday with 2 being acquitted, even though those people were on camera doing stuff. And they filed false written instruments, which they were charged with also and acquitted of all the charges. One guy was found guilty of all of his charges. And the one who was found guilty, you can see him on video. So shout out to this guy, Dutty Ron, Duttyron. He is a content creator. He was a former New York City detective. And he, hey sis, what's the daily? He's a former New York City detective, and he has a YouTube content creation. What up, sis? And he covers these cases. He was disgusted with what he saw. He covered it really thoroughly, really well. And I am just disgusted at the fact that these people saw fit to acquit 2 of the people. How could you acquit them and find them not guilty of even filing a false instrument when you saw, and they showed on screen, these people submitted reports saying he attacked officers and they had to subdue him, which was not true at all. And you acquitted them when you know they actually, in fact, did this and acted in concert. It was vile. It was disgusting. You could hear the audible gasp in the courtroom when they said not guilty. The family was like, oh, it was so sad. It was disgusting. He did not deserve that. And first and foremost, may his spirit rest in peace. May his soul be going on to whatever journey, Yahuwah has for him. But my God, I can't imagine that your soul could rest when something so horrific occurred. And the one gentleman who was found guilty, you see him at one point walk out of the room, walk out of the building, go to his car, and go get leg irons after this man is almost reaching for the upper room. He goes and gets leg irons and put the leg irons on him and sprays him in his face with some stuff. And they was 2 pieces and a biscuit in him. It was disgusting. It was somebody on every part. They even mutilated his genitals. For what? For what?
Wow. That's a hatred. That's something really deep inside of you that would cause you to do that to somebody else.
They said so many
Unprovoked.
body was broken.
That's next level.
How do you let somebody walk after something like that? Once you were a part of that, you did not stop the process. You did not tell the people don't do it. You didn't do it. How do you walk from that? It just doesn't make sense to me. It's just bizarre. And I'm disgusted by it. What's up, my love? What's the dealie?
What exactly did I just walk into?
Talking about the Robert Brooks case.
You
The
know,
verdict.
I did not follow that case.
That's the brother who was incarcerated in New York, and they were
Yeah.
transporting him to another prison, and they just decided that they wanted to kill somebody. And a gang of correction officers brutally unalived him, caught on their on body-worn cameras.
Wow.
It was atrocious. The rest of
And this was in New York.
in New York, and the rest of a large group of the correction officers in the beginning, they took pleas. They just all pled guilty because they knew it was caught on video. Like, you could not deny it. But 3 of them decided they were going to go to trial, and unbelievably, 2 of them were acquitted. When you can watch them on camera acting in concert, participating, it's just, I said, God is like, throw the whole earth away, because it's disgusting. I don't understand.
That's unbelievable. But when we were younger, we saw what happened to Rodney King, and it wasn't that grotesque and it wasn't that dramatic, but it probably had the same social impact then as this would now. And
the Rodney King survived. Robert Brooks
yeah,
didn't.
I know. And even though he did survive, he had to watch those officers walk away from that charge. I don't know what's worse.
Yeah.
Stuff has been going on like this for quite some time, but this, like certain cases, if I'm, looking into other things, if I see that it's hot button and that it's triggering, I turn away because I don't like to be overwhelmed. So yeah, this is I didn't know all the details about this one, and it's terrible. It's just terrible.
I had to tap in and out because while I was watching some of the trial, it was just so graphic, and so it was too much. It was too much. I was like, mm-mm. So I would tap in and then tap out. I would watch and then I would step away and go catch the highlight reel, because I just couldn't take all of that into my spirit. And it was during, the trial just ended yesterday, and this was all during my period where God was like, peace be still. So I was like, I can't take it all in. I'm not taking that stuff into my system like that. But I was certain that they would be found guilty. I mean, I was certain. I was so disgusted.
That's the funny thing about nowadays with everything that's going on in the world. The things that you're certain about that you would think would be properly addressed are usually the things that people are just let it slide.
It's really sick. It's real sick. It was, and this was a young man. He incarcerated. He was was it prison or was he in jail? I believe prison. I don't believe that he had been convicted yet, but he was detained. Why do you think that just because someone is incarcerated that their life or their existence no longer has value to a point where you will erase them from the earth? I mean, sick.
That's how it works. Unfortunately, the second that they put that uniform on you, you become invisible. You become nothing. And if you're there, you deserve to be there and you deserve.
Yeah.
Number one, you already know I've been incarcerated. You already know I've been incarcerated for things that I did not do.
Mhm.
And I'm telling you right now, being me and going into those rooms and walking into those rooms,
Mhm.
there are officers that literally say, well, it doesn't matter if you're innocent, you're here.
Mm.
And that's just how it is. And I think for me, that's why I take certain situations that happen now with the law, certain situations that happen with certain citizens so seriously, because I know exactly how easy it is to dehumanize a person
Yep.
just because they put on a uniform. And trust me, I've had my stand down with officers when I let them know I have my uniform and you have yours. That has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I know exactly who you are and I know exactly who I am, and that doesn't change anything.
Well, you know what it was? They had a clear. I've been saying this for a while. Blood lust. You know we can't say
Mm.
the word. Red liquid lust. They have
Oh,
a
absolutely.
big lust for that. I'm telling you, they want to join the I Killed a Ninja Club. I believe it with my heart and soul. I
But
believe
what
that.
you were just describing, that's exactly what it sounded like. It sounded
Yeah,
like old school lynchings.
that's exactly what it was. It
I've
was
I've
just
watched old documentaries.
drop. That was there. They may not. Maybe they get a teardrop tattoo somewhere else on their body, but I'm telling you, there's a club, and they were in the I Want to Kill a Ninja Club, and I'm telling you also the blood, the blood lust was so. Right Sound Studio said Abner Louima. Yes, the these the Holy Spirit told me a while ago. These are modern day. They didn't plan on that. They didn't know their body worn camera was recording. They had turned their cameras off. But in New York State, the body worn cameras, once they are turned off for a period of time and the people are still on duty, it will record audio but not sound. And so all of the
Mm.
cameras recorded. They had no idea that it was recording. Trust me. There's no way. The things they did to this man, they mutilated his genitals. The things they did to him. They were shoving things down, cloth and all kind of things down his throat, choking him same time. Other people were punching him in his face. It was just, they would, like you would think like a gang would jump somebody in or beating their ops down. It was nasty. It was vile. It was nasty.
And these
And
were correction officers.
all correction officers, a gang of them, a gang of them. I said, I could not imagine. I said, God, who is Robert Brooks that you saw fit to give him the strength? And he was still like trying to hold his dignity and humanity without, and they were saying things like, you could see they were like, stop resisting type stuff. And he was just trying to hold his resistance. Like you could see him looking at different people while he was choking. He was just looking at them like, I don't know if he could see the ancestors behind these people. He was looking at something for mercy. I don't know if he could see Yeshua. I don't know, but he was looking at them, wincing away and still trying to hold his dignity. It was horrific.
I didn't watch that. I don't know that I could watch that.
Guys, if you did not watch it, I suggest you don't. We don't need these things in our spirit. We do not need these vile acts in our spirit. We don't. We don't.
And officially, good evening, Mrs. Jaguar
Good evening, Kayla. How are you?
Wright. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm well.
Good.
Let me tell
Welcome,
you.
welcome. Thanks for hanging
Yeah,
out.
indeed. Somebody put
Well,
okay, you put up the assault of Abner Louima. I don't know if you guys remember Abner Louima. I talked about it before. He was a Haitian gentleman uh, Haitian American guy in Brooklyn at this club I used to go to in Brooklyn. I think forgot the name of it, Footprint, something like that. And Rendezvous. And he was in there. This cop, let me tell you how much of a nerd your girl is. Abner Louima, tell me what year that happened, K-Leg. Just a year. Don't tell me nothing else. I think it was
97.
97. I knew he was going to say 97. The cop's name was Justin Volpe. Tell me if I'm right. Volpe. he attacked Abdul Weimer in the club and took him in the bathroom and
Yes.
took a
Just
plunger and shoved it up his rectum and force graped him with a plunger, tore this man's kidney, liver, all his organs, tore him up. Justin Volpe, I remember his name. This is how my brain works. Those vile things, those monumental things that occur never leave my psyche. I could see him now. Big gorilla juice head, Italian, olive skin, black hair. And then he came out with some chick that tried to defend him afterwards, like, oh no, I didn't do it. It wasn't I didn't do it. He was resisting. How you end up with a plunger, a broomstick in somebody's rectum because you think they're resisting? You mean he was trying to get away and save himself? And then he took it out of his rectum and shoved it in his mouth and broke all his teeth and was force
Mm,
scraping his mouth and broke up all the man's teeth, made his teeth
mm,
go down his throat and some puncture like his lungs and all kind of. Oh,
mm.
destroyed this man. And he ended up with a massive settlement. He popped up with a black girlfriend and her last name was Beckles. Listen, look it up. I don't remember her first name. She had locks and her name was Beckles. Her last name. I remember vividly. It doesn't leave my psyche. That's why I'm very keen on not taking everything in. And this girl should have get a kick and a thump, because why you lay yourself bare to defend this man after he did such a vile thing to someone? Why? This guy wasn't doing nothing but being in a little local club in Flatbush, Brooklyn, and y'all came quote unquote raiding the club or whatever. And for what? It was vile. It was disgusting. Y'all looked up her name? Look up the girl's name. I know her last name was Beckles. I remember it. Might have been something Ann Beckles. I'm getting Keith Ann or some. So I don't remember, but I remember it vividly, and that's sick. These people that need to dehumanize another person, and it's always a man. Something about black male flesh. Ooh, they got something in their bones for that. It's disgusting.
In my opinion, I think you would have to allow yourself to be taken over by an evil spirit in order to be capable of wiping away all humanity so you can destroy another person's flesh like that. I'm always very leery of men who lean into sodomy
Oh
as
yeah.
punishment,
Oh yeah.
hmm,
Oh
because
yeah.
I don't understand how
hmm,
a man that's not struggling with some kind of,
Absolutely.
latent homosexual
I
tendencies
agree.
even goes there. Like, how do
right.
you even get there to
You're
that
right.
point where you say, oh my goodness, I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to destroy you so much to the point where I'm going to do this very intimate,
Hmm.
Right.
just terrible thing to you.
And
Like,
it's not
how are
like
you
he
even
gets away with it.
thinking about that?
Yep, everybody knew.
And more importantly than that, how do you explain that you did that? Like,
Oh
how
wow.
is that? Like,
Write
how do
some.
you even explain that?
Justin Volpe is out as of April 2023.
Oh wow.
Well, he's out and
Jail.
Derek
Wow.
Lee Cardello Smith is still in.
Hmm.
Crazy. And same year, because 97, right?
Yeah,
Same year.
yeah.
Crazy.
97 was the year where the attack on him happened, and he was, forced to plead by his testimony. We'll say allegedly, forced to plead guilty. Well, actually, no contest to a bunch of essays that he raped, that he is very adamant about he did not commit.
And I believe
And
100% because I know how they get down. I know how they get down. I don't doubt it not one bit. Dana said
see,
he was
while
on
you've been into
steroids.
that, this is what I've been studying. I've
Mhm.
had this whole thing. It's a lot going on with that too. But I liked and shared and, told everybody to come over here and give you a play. We finally got you back, and
I
I
know
had
you.
stopped up because you were talking about David, the
Yeah,
David case. And
I had to sit down for a minute. God said, "Peace be still," and I was like, "Okay, I'm always cool with that."
ain't no
So I
wrong with that.
nothing wrong. Another case that stood out to me too is this. I believe I'm saying her name right, Kada Smith Scott from Philly, the young lady who was being stalked by some guy who was obsessed with her, kept sending her text and emails and all kind of stuff. And there's a video where she is sitting in her bedroom. I saw that before we came on, and he walks up to her bedroom window and is on the window like this, saying something. She's like, "What are you doing? Like, stop!" Like, Kada, horrible. And that stands. First of all, she was, if I'm not mistaken, what, 23 or 22. Her life was taken from her in Philadelphia. Very saddened. But then one of her aunts came forward and said she's spiritual. She has a gift like me. She said, "I see a guy with locks, and there's some other people involved too. There's a girl involved and everything." People were like, "Meh, meh," trying to brush her off like she was nothing. And she said, "I keep getting a feeling she's somewhere between her job and this old abandoned elementary school." That's where they found her, by the old elementary school. This woman lives in Delaware. Her and her son drove up once they heard, the young lady was missing. People were like, people got to listen. God is working on this earth. He is working on this world.
Still,
And his people that he has given, that he uses as vessels, and he's given a gift to, people have to stop disavowing these gifts. People have to stop. So many people, they even said that when she tried to speak, I saw her on a thing say, "I'm going to hold back because they say I'm interrupting or I'm getting in the way of whatever." And everything she said is how it went. The guy had locks. She didn't even know. She lives in Delaware. That's her niece, but she's not on some day-to-day knowing who's around and what guys are messing with her. She literally said what she saw. And I saw people comments on social media talk about, "You ain't her aunt. Who you related to? The mom or the father?" Like all this stuff. You the brother or the sister. I mean, you the sister, the mother, or the father. Trying to minimize her. She said, "I'm telling you, God," and she was crying. She made a YouTube, or one of these social medias, but she made a post crying, saying, "I'm telling y'all what I could see. I'm telling y'all what I could see. I could feel her." They all were searching. She's like, her energy is somewhere between her job and this abandoned elementary school. They found her body by the elementary school. The girl car was abandoned in between where the job was and the elementary school. Now everybody's like, "Why they ain't listen to her?" Y'all didn't listen to her either. I saw this woman on having to defend herself when she was simply telling what God showed her, what God used her as a vessel to say, with the hopes of saving her niece. And nobody wanted to listen. She sounded, like people do to me. We sound, woo, nobody wants to listen. Okay. Those who don't hear have to feel. This
see,
gift, the gift ain't light, and it ain't easy, but it is real.
if they don't acknowledge God's gift, then it gives them the ability to pretend like the devil isn't real.
Well,
See, in order for them to acknowledge one, they would have to acknowledge the other. So if you have a God given gift that allows you to see beyond sight, that allows you to go
Mhm,
into places spiritually and be able to pull back real information that he's given to you to share with everyone. If that's
mhm,
real, then they also have to take into consideration that the spirits of evil are real. And a lot of people like disavowing that. A
mhm.
lot of people.
Shelly
I've been
Morales
watching
said,
some. What?
"I watched TikTok last week and her aunt was outside the school. She kept saying someone is yelling help. So she knew she was close." See? And they didn't want to listen to her. When I tell you they tried to ridicule this aunt, it breaks
Oh,
my
I'm
heart.
sure.
Because you know how many times I've known, listen, God be giving me in part and showing me stuff, and so help me God, of people I know, and I'll be like, "Oh, child, Lord," like It's hard to tell people what God showed you of them. People don't want to hear it. They
There's a
don't want
17
to
year
hear
old
it.
there's a 17-year-old young lady who was just found dismembered in Detroit.
Oh my God.
23-year-old boyfriend, and the details of that are very complicated as well. There's a lot going on in this world. There's also young teenagers. When we were doing our marathon about a week and a half or so ago, um, one of our subscribers from from Staten Island said that the kids had been putting the red handprints like on David's
On their clothes now?
merchandise clothing. No, they're putting it on their cars.
Oh my God.
So yeah, and Halloween is coming. I think
Like
people,
currently?
yeah,
Hmm. This is the stuff that young people are impressionable to. I'm telling you, it's just
that was why I came up, because when you were talking about, because you guys were
whew,
talking about the David case, and you guys are looking at certain things, I'm looking at certain things. I'm glad everybody has their own point of view that they're focusing on, because there's so much that they're trying to hide. There's so
mhm.
much that they're trying to cover up.
Shelly
This new
said they
investigator.
found another body part there too. What is it? So is this guy a serial unalive? What is the likelihood that somebody's body is found and then there's other remains found in that very place? The likelihood is slim. Is this guy a serial unaliver?
Who?
Shelly said they found another body part from someone else at the same place they found Kada Smith. My
I
God.
wouldn't be surprised.
My God. Mm-mm-mm.
Philadelphia hasn't been safe for quite some time, but Philadelphia has been abandoned.
Oh, I believe that.
Humanity, humanity, the spirit of humanity abandoned Philadelphia quite some time ago, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse.
Is anybody from Chicago in this chat? Anybody here from Chicago? So here's this thing. I was watching. You know how I always tell you guys to watch um, Dre underscore OG or IMQ Hef or Perky or Mod Trick or one of those things. So I see this young lady talking about how in Chicago there's a portal there and it's some place called Lower Wacker. Has anybody ever heard of that before? It's
Yeah,
like
I know where that is.
so
I've
she
never
said
heard of it, but I saw what you're talking about.
you saw it. Okay. So she said there's lower whacker, and then there's a lower level under the underground called
Yeah,
lower whacker. And it's like demonic, it's a portal, it's
it
a whole bunch.
is.
And you know what the Holy Spirit dropped on me today? I was talking to
What?
Nirvana. I said, Nirvana, what do you when she said that to me and all these gargoyles on the buildings and all this
Oh,
stuff and
absolutely.
long history, I said, is it possible that the disembodied spirits and the souls and the demons that are running around the city of Chicago underground are taking host in what they call YN's bodies? And that because when a demon takes hold of somebody, it makes you could be doing the wrongest thing in the world. You think it's right and you don't care. I said, is it possible that this energy is taking over what quote unquote the YNs, and that's why this whole all this drill music and they taking each other out and it's like a sport to them? Because
There
what
are
the
certain there are certain spaces and areas in Chicago, as far as I'm concerned, and I've spent a lot of time there. As you know, I was incarcerated there. So, being held for a crime that I didn't commit, I know exactly how corrupt it is. I know exactly what's going on there. And I'm telling you, there are spaces where you feel
yeah,
God is not present
that's what she said. This young
at
lady said.
all.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Gray, uh, just dismal, very, very, very hard. And on those streets where you have, and Chicago is a massively built city. Those buildings are huge. You know,
Mm-hmm.
the city was
Those,
designed that way. A friend was telling me, on purpose to intimidate its citizens and anyone who comes. It's there. It's hard to explain. It's funny because there are certain parts of Chicago where community feels so real, but then
mhm.
you turn that corner and you go to one level and then they have the lower level. When you get
Mhm.
down to that lower level, it literally feels like Gotham City.
Yep. That's what she said. That's exactly what she said. She said it's like Gotham City, and she said she ended up she said that the GPS led her to this thing, and she was like, "Is this? Why is it taking me this way? It's a wrong way or something." And she ended up. It became pitch black down there, and she was just like, "Oh my god, how do I get out of here?" She said she felt presence around her. She was so overcome with fear. By the time where she entered, she ended up driving, trying to find her way out, and then trying to get a signal. Her signal, everything was gone. She just drove where she could see like right in front of her. And by the time she came up, she said she was blocks down. And she said when she saw the opening, she zoomed out of there. And when she zoomed out of there, she
Oh
did
yeah.
it so fast and flew onto the street. The cop pulled her over, and he was like, and she was like, "Help me! I just want to get out of here. I want to get out." And he's like, "Did you end up in Lower Wacker?" And she was like, "Yes." He was like, turn off your engine, just sit and relax for a minute. Take a breather, relax. You're gonna kill yourself and kill somebody." He said, "God bless you, like God bless you that you made it out. People don't make it out." It's like, what? In my
No,
spirit,
when you go down there, if you should end up on the lower level, it's at least a good 4 to 5 minutes before you'll make it to the
oh my
next
God,
exit to be able to come up.
let me
So,
tell you,
and it's it
there's some
it it
states.
feels desolate. It feels like nothing's there. Like I can see how someone would
She
be
was
terrified
terrified.
even at night.
She was terrified. She said, "There's some." So, in my life, there are some states that God told me, "Do not. Your foot cannot touch that soil," and I believe it. And anytime I was supposed to go there, a couple of times I was going to go to one of those places, and God made it so that I couldn't go. L.A., New Orleans, Chicago. My grandmother was obsessed with Oprah. I wanted to take her to see Oprah for so many years. I would not go to Chicago. I would not go. Something told me don't go. New Orleans, I was supposed to go to friggin' Essence Fest so many times. Listen, Holy Spirit said, you go, you on your own. You do, your foot is not supposed to touch that soil in New Orleans. I didn't go. But the number one place, LA, do you know the day that Biggie was unalived, I was supposed to be there? I used to work, but this is before I opened my shop. I was still at Manny's shop, and Manny said everybody cannot leave, and so I already had a flight and everything. He said if everybody leave, y'all getting fired, and I was just like, damn. So then I was like, F it. But then I fell asleep. He kept texting me and calling me back saying, you can come. But I did not see the text. By the time I woke up, I was 20 minutes to get to my flight. By the time I saw the calls, he was like, you still coming? And that day, Biggie unalived. I am not supposed to be in certain places. I am not supposed to be in certain places. And I won't go. I won't go. Nirvana was supposed to, one of the beauty pageant things was supposed to be in LA. I was like, how you gonna go? Because you can't go without me, and I ain't going. I'm not touching when God tell me don't go, and I want more people to be in tune with that. When God tell you don't go somewhere, don't be with somebody, don't do certain things, don't do it. Because you will be outside of the anointing. And I ain't not me, I ain't trying. I done been through too much in my life. I ain't trying to be outside of his anointing. Mm-mm. No, I ain't trying to be outside his anointing. I'm telling you, I felt nothing but eeriness about those places. Eeriness. We have to really like listen to that internal voice. We got to listen to the internal voice, and we're not doing that. And that's going to
Once
be the
upon a
some of
time, once upon a time, I used to go wherever I wanted. I had
Mhm.
absolutely no fear. And I don't think I have fear now. It's
Mhm.
just I know that I don't need to be where God isn't present.
Mhm.
I don't
Yep.
need to be where God isn't present. And when you see certain areas and certain things, it's I don't know what's going on in our world, but I'm telling you right now,
There's
I think
energy.
God is about to do some amazing stuff.
Well, praise
I
God. To
feel it
God be
coming. I feel it coming.
I've seen all of these, also these snippets on social media about people planning to while out, like, and I think this is all by creation and design. They're saying women and single mothers and stuff are saying they're about to while out if they don't get their food stamps. They're about to run up in the store and steal. And I think this is by design. Now, first of all, the people who will be grossly disproportionately affected by that are, let's just call it what it is, the red states. The MAGA supporting red states are going to be, they have a higher disproportionate number of people collecting public assistance. They are going to suffer. This is diabolical when a government is willing to shut down, and it has to be by, first of all, the government shutdown is in Project 2025. So in order to see an entire segment of society who depend on these services, these safety net programs, to not get any food stamps, to not be able to feed your child, you know what's getting ready to happen? They said, oh, we can't get these black people out here to march so we can make martial law, or we can't get these people out here to while out so they won't come to the No King's March. We got to find a way to make them crash out. This, when a mother can't feed her child, when people can't feed their child, there's an old Tupac video where he said, if you hungry and there's somebody in the next room and you see they open the door and it's a bunch of food, they're gonna be like, hello, let us in. We are hungry, let us in. And then if they see, the door open again, they see more food and they keep knocking, you don't answer. They be like, okay, we hungry, let us in. He said, eventually they're gonna be like, open up the mother effing door, we coming through. Like, people are not gonna sit back and watch their child starve. They're not going to sit back and watch their child starve and starve themselves. This is about to be, November is about to be diabolical. It's about to be chaos. And I want people to stay safe. I want God to come through and do his good works and make a thing happen, because it's about to be nasty work in these streets.
But ladies, do you think that is, I know you said it's kind of by design, but do you think that, I don't know, I just feel like there's a cleansing that they want to have happen and they just need an excuse?
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know if I call it a cleansing, but I definitely call it a purge.
There you go. I think to use their words, they might refer to it as a cleansing, but what it would actually be is a purge.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Yeah. I just know.
I'll tell you what I know. People need to stop depending on man, and people need to learn how to start depending on God.
Baby. Well, that's the sum of my existence.
Like for me, to see these things and to hear people, oh my goodness, if I can't feed my kid, I'm going to start stealing. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. The simple fact that they're saying it on social media already lets you know that there's an agenda.
I think that people have lost. Listen, when I tell you the amount of things I see on social media, I'm like, oh, you got to be crazy. You got to be crazy. Are y'all familiar with the Nextdoor app? Put a 4 in the chat if you're familiar with the Nextdoor app.
I've heard of that for different, housing developments and stuff like that.
And not just housing, like just a whole community, a section of the city or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I was on the Nextdoor app, and so help me God. So help me God. I'm just, something popped up on my notification. So it said, and I'm like, let me look. I went and looked at the story and was like, okay. And then a lady had a story about a man had walked up on her property and her Ring camera caught it. And he went to the side of her house and went there and pleasured himself on the side of the house. And she was like, does anybody know this guy? This is disgusting. It was gross. But then I see this, so I'm just scrolling and I see this person talk about, I got some food stamps to sell. Anybody need some? I went and commented and said, don't none of y'all answer this. This is a whole trap. Nobody better respond here. I said, you are a whole cop. And y'all, I don't care how desperate you are. Don't you respond to this. This is a setup. This is a whole setup. And the person was mad that I said, nobody. Don't come on this post and say a picking word. This is a setup. A nice try, officer. Boy, when I tell you they was mad, talking all kinds of junk to me on the post. Mind your business. I said, this is a whole setup. Nice try, officer. What? The stuff I see people put in social arenas, in public arenas, you cannot be using any sense of wisdom or good conscience to go up there and say, I have food stamps to sell when that is a crime. Nah. And then it'll be some.
Understand this. If they don't want it there, they can stop it at any time they want. I have been on Instagram and I have been dropping straight facts, destroying all kinds of misconceptions and myths. And I'm telling you right now, I've literally seen them take my audio and snatch my audio down. If they want to stop people, and I did that on purpose because I wanted to see what they were going to do, because I knew they had the ability to do it. And they sure did. Snatch my whole audio down while I was in the middle of my live.
Wow. While you were live? So might have something posted already?
Yeah, I was live, and then boom, they snatched the audio down, and then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, they snatched my live down. And then when I went back to go look, none of the audio was available. If they don't want it.
Yeah. If they don't want you there, they'll stop you. I haven't experienced that, but y'all know I've been on this thing and they'll snatch my whole face down. That hackation be on me. They've been giving me a breather for a while now, but they have done that to me, snatch me off. And then I'm like, how am I offline and everybody? And then I look on my phone and the live is still going on, but I'm gone. And then I have to work my way back in. And they're like, and everybody stays and they're like, she's back. I'm like, what is this? This happened to me about, I would say, y'all, like about 3 times. 3 times.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the hackation.
It's happened to me a bunch more. And I'm telling you right now, if they're allowing these things,
yeah, they want them there.
These emotional, it's because they want them there. They want them there.
Yeah, Big Brother.
The question is,
what's the agenda?
Are we going to fall for it?
But here's the sad thing. There are people who fall for it, and not out of any type of nefarious actions. It could literally be somebody who's not well-versed, not clearly educated, that is hungry or suffering. They trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. They got some kids that's hungry. They like, oh, if I could get a few dollars, you know, how they do it. Back in the days, they used to do 50-50. I don't even know what they do now. But if somebody said, well, I got $10, and if I could give her this $10 and get $20 worth of stamps, then I'll be able to give my kids some food. Like, there's somebody out there who's suffering who would see it, and they're not educated. They don't know. But I just was like, I'm not going to let nobody get caught out there if I could stop it. Look, I've been in next door jail so many times. When I tell you they be so mad at me, there was some old heads up there trying to wreak havoc on the water boys. And I was like, I was so sick of it. They should go to jail. They should get locked up. They're bums. I said, which do you hate more? Commercially packaged water or black boys? Woo, Lord, they was mad at, when I say mad at me, baby, mad at me. I said, Martin Luther King is rolling over in his grave. I said, when little Becky was out there selling that dirty, piss-colored lemonade overpriced, rubbing her dog's belly and groin area and touching the top of your cup and selling you that lemonade for $10, you didn't want them. She didn't need a permit. I was standing that down and buy that shit. She didn't need no permit. But now black young men are standing at the edge of highways selling commercially packaged sealed water, and y'all mad. Y'all want them to have permits, LLC, EIN, all kind. Why Becky don't need nothing for that nasty? She be rubbing that dog and touching the top of your cup, and you sit there and smile. Dog look like he got mange. What is going on? Baby, they used to put me in next door jail. They hated me because you know I'm the rebel rouser. I'm not going to sit back and watch. And then once I step forward, then a whole bunch of people come and be like, yeah, Natanya, I'm on your side. Why none of y'all ninjas ain't speak up? Y'all letting them run ripshot in here. Why?
Because
nobody I say something?
Because they don't want to be labeled.
Yeah, I don't give a crap about being labeled. I ain't never cared what nobody thought about me. I thank God for that. I never cared. I'm disgusted by people gaslighting it. And I said, what you are describing as, what you're trying to criminalize and what you're denigrating is friggin' entrepreneurship. These young men got it in their mind to take $3.99, go buy a case of 24 waters, get them a bag of ice, put it in something, and stand on the highway and make money selling $1 bottles of water. Look at the markup on that. You know what the ROI on a $3.99 case of 24 waters is? And if you catch a sale and you get that 34 pack, you know what the return on investment is? You mad at them? That is friggin' that's like stock market investment rates. Why are you mad at them with this markup? Plenty of times what I started doing was keeping garbage bags in my car because I understood that they were young men, that they may not have had the structure or the homes or the upbringing to say, hey guys, clean up behind yourself. Sometimes they can leave it messy, and that, is an eyesore, whatever, but it's not the worst eyesore in the world. So I started making sure I had loose cash in my car and garbage bags in my car. I would say, hey guys, I got some garbage bags for y'all. I would just give them $10. Go buy yourself a few more cases of water. They were here, auntie, you don't want the water. And they'd be like, hey, auntie, how you doing? Like, they just want to make something. Why are you mad that they are doing something that gets them? Sasha said furry lemonade. Indeed, furry lemonade. And then people line up and drink it. No type of sanitation at that nasty table with that dog. These are commercially packaged bottles of water. No one's opened them. They're sealed. You can squeeze the bottle, make sure, twist it, make sure. But everybody's mad. For what? All these stories about on the news, oh, I was buying water from a water boy and I gave him my phone and he sent himself $700 from my Venmo. Really, dummy? You stuck your phone out the window and gave it to a stranger? Then maybe God was teaching you a lesson. Because who does that? The other day I was in the supermarket and this guy said, excuse me, Miss Lady, could you make a call for me? My phone died. And I was like, who you calling? He was like, I just need to call my mom and tell her unlock my card. I held my phone. What's the number? Put on speakerphone. Hello, your son here. He need to talk to you, miss. Mama, who it is? Mama, is me. Unlock my card. I'm holding my phone. Why would I hand my phone over to a stranger? Like, this is still 2025. And I just want people to act with intention and intellect. And I don't even believe half those stories, because if he gonna steal your $700, he might just snatch your phone and run. Come on.
Companies are doing it. Why shouldn't citizens try? You heard about what just happened with Amazon, and Chime shut down and stole a bunch of people's money.
Really?
Yeah, just a couple of days ago. Oh, yeah, about 2 days ago, Amazon Ring cams shut down, Chime accounts emptied out.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
And I've been hearing a couple of times people were talking about Chime stealing their money. And see, it's those predatory things. They are preying on. There is a system-wide banking system that will shut a certain socioeconomic segment of society out of having a traditional bank account. And so we live in a digital age. You can't do nothing without having some sort of digital thing. And that's where all these, remember the Rush card and all those back in the days, these digital banking cards come into play because it is predatory banking for people who don't have traditional accounts. It is no different than the check cash in place charging you exorbitant rates to cash your check. Do they still give out checks? I don't know. The check cash in places still exists? I don't know. But that was the hustle. These companies, Chime and all these things. I've heard cases where this lady said she get her pay on her Chime, and I guess there's like a Chime savings part, so she could save, she had a savings account attached to the Chime. And they just shut her account down, and she had like $16,000. Now, my God, you know how many people don't have $16,000 in savings? If you're able to amass $16,000 worth of savings, there must be some financial institution, a classic traditional banking, that would say, yes, you can open it. Even back in the days, the black banks used to give you second chance banking, where you may have messed up your bank account the first time and they'll give you a second chance. Okay, come in, you got to take a little class, you'll get a checking account, and you have to make sure you maintain your account. But they give them a little class to teach them where are they. You want to put all the black banks out of business. People are not educated. You should learn how to handle a banking account in class, in school. You know how many people don't know how to handle a banking account? I had somebody I know very close that was like, I mean, this was some years ago, but I don't know how to write a check. This is real stuff. Dana said, yes, I go to the check cashing place to pay my rent. And this is real stuff. What they're doing is taking advantage of people. Taking advantage.
Because not knowing, you get finessed a whole lot easier.
And DeWanda said, or just pay the bad account off with all that money to fix it. But so many people don't even know that that's an option. Like the most fundamental things about credit, banking, how to balance your checkbook, how to balance your own personal budget. There's so much of that people are not aware of. They just don't know. They don't know. And
then there's the other side of that game, because Chase is famous for stealing fees.
Well, yeah.
I actually spoke to someone not long ago who works for the corporation. She actually she's one of the assistants for the CEO of Chase Bank. She works for JP Morgan. And she said at the end of every year, if you have a Chase account, go in and ask for them to refund all of your fees, because the company just takes fees. She said you should be able to get at least 80% of it back. She was like, but they just take fees.
And that's like
always challenge.
Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo was just
Chase.
a whole scam. No, I'm saying,
Chase.
And like also Wells Fargo. Don't y'all remember when it was
them too?
Because of Wells Fargo, they were just scamming, opening accounts on people's names and all kinds of craziness.
But see, that's the thing. That's why a lot of people go to these alternative banking apps like Chime and stuff like that, because they've lost faith in their banking institutions. So it's
as my mother used to say, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other.
Half a dozen of the other. Yeah.
It's really half a dozen of the other, because boy, oh boy, my God, when I say, I feel like, y'all know, I have a gift. I have very non-traditional ideals and ideas about life and experience and things, not just things that are woo-woo, but things I've actually experienced. There are conversations that need to be had. Like a conversation I want to have tomorrow is about, let me just say, Diddy gotta sit his ass down. He thought he was getting out of jail. I'm sorry, hate to gloat, but I feel no sympathy for this individual. You got to sit your monkey ass down. It is said he had his attorneys and they paid some lobbyists to lobby the president so that he could get out, or lobby some Republicans that are high up to possibly get out of jail. And he paid all that money for the lobbyists and he ain't get nothing. Nothing. Baby, okay? You got to sit your behind right up in that place and do your time. But, let's go back to whatever we were talking about. I saw that on my paper. I wrote, Diddy, sit your ass down. And I just couldn't let it go. Hey,
listen to me. If anybody has the right to say that, it's definitely you. What I have a bigger problem with is the spell that they just tried to cast on all of America.
With what? In regards to what?
Well, the simple fact that 20 million people were alerted in 24 hours to say, think, and chant and believe that Diddy was getting out of jail.
I was astounded. I didn't even know. I was astounded when I came up. I saw Murad Morale type, Diddy's getting out of jail today. I was like, what? Hey, Kiki Eyes. Hey, Yam J. Hey, Patricia Blair. I said, what?
Hey, family.
I said, what is happening? What did I miss? Because God tells me to peace be still, and I stay off of YouTube. I stay off of everything, all the socials. I went looking. I was like,
since last Friday, they've been pushing the story that he was going to be pardoned. and that he was going to be being released. And
You're
it's so
joking.
interesting. It's interesting when the New York Post comes and challenges what TMZ has to say, and then TMZ comes back and say, we stand 10 toes down. We're right and everybody else is wrong.
So did TMZ say that too, that he was getting out?
Yeah.
That Trump was going to commute his sentence and then he would be getting out like this week or something.
I saw Murad Morales say Diddy's getting out of jail today in a matter of hours. And that's why I was like, what? I said, what is he talking about? And I even got a little perturbed. I was like, oh, here he goes with the clickbait again. And then I had to say, I said, let me go look. I was astounded. I said, what are these people talking about? That guy said he's not going nowhere. I said, you're not doing so, God.
But Jack, that's an interesting take on it. Having, I mean, everyone's been talking about it, the videos, the conversations, that I never thought about it that way, but that's a really interesting way to look at it. I mean, there has been a ton of energy around him getting out.
It's like a national seance.
Yeah, that I never thought about it that way.
They're all chanting, he's getting out. He's getting out. He's getting out. What do people that practice witchcraft do?
They
chant. They chant and they chant and they chant and they chant. And the more they say it, the more energy goes into it. And the more energy goes into it, the more likely it is to happen.
I'm so proud. I'm so proud that God said for me to sit it out. And it totally, do you know, I had this today when I saw Murad's thing, this the first I heard of it. I had no idea any of this was going on. None.
It's a good thing you missed it.
Because
honestly, the only thing that it did do was create a bunch of emotions. People who are against it, it lowered their vibration.
Yes, spooky
the
events.
People that were for it, they kept fueling it and feeding it. Yeah.
They make something go.
Spooky Events said chanting incantations.
I believe it. Listen, we are in a big, so those who are not aware, here's the thing. Let me just preface what I'm about to say by saying something. I believe that somebody would have a thought process. Like, let's say me, for instance. I have a very erudite and broad-ranging, expansive mentality. And I'm comfortable talking about all kinds of things that seem like everyday banter and things that seem abstract and otherworldly. I'm very comfortable with that because my soul, I know my soul is old, and I know I've lived many life cycles, many lifetimes. And I see this world differently than a lot of people do. And I believe firmly that all of the souls that exist in this world, in multiple realms, first of all, we live in a multiverse. If you think we live in a universe, you have been drinking the Kool-Aid and you believe the lie. We do not live in a universe. We live in a multiverse. There are multiple versions of all of us that are happening simultaneously. And that is where I've been having this whole deep, erudite conversation with God. And that is, I said, is that where all the discontent and anger and miscommunication and family beef and all that come from, God? Is it that, let's say I interact with you and K-Leg in this realm, but then there is a shift, a version of me shifts into another realm and then deals with you, and y'all at the Thanksgiving saying, but last time you said blah, blah, blah. And the person is like, no, I didn't. I never said that. And the whole family turn around like, bitch, you did say it. What? I was there. And this person is like, what on earth are you talking about? I'd never said that. And that is where all of this cantankerousness comes from, because we shift through multiverses based on how you ascend, how you make it through your journey. God gives you a series of tests, and based on how you actualize those tests and pass it, you may shift onto another level. And in your place, another version of you shifts into this multiverse. And that's why in that previous multiverse, that person never said this thing. It's the same family members, it's the same, but they swear you said it because that other version of you said it. Now, I know this sounds very erudite and heavy for some people. I get it. But all of our souls and journeys are at different levels in this life. Some people's soul is on their first go round, and they are just having a good time with life, party and bullshit. They into material possessions. Their soul is not anchored. It's not heavy. It's not deep. But you will have somebody, they'll have a friend that they met from work, and this person is wise like an oak tree and says erudite things in that. Girl, please. And it's the difference between some people saying the world is round and the others that say the world is flat, and then the others that say we have an inner earth. It seems heavy, but because the people who have gotten to the point where they understand we live in a multiverse and that more than likely the world is flat, but there is an access to inner earth, those souls might be on their 20th incarnation into this world. Whereas the person who be like, child, I don't know what you're talking about, the earth is round and that's it, that soul is on their first go round. So what one soul knows is more substantive and meatier than other people's souls. It doesn't make one right and one wrong. It just means that your soul is more advanced than this other person's. I think that was so eloquently illustrated on Kirk Franklin's show, A Den of Kings. I watched it recently with NLE and Ray J, and that, let me tell you something. My mind goes a lot of places when it comes to Ray J. Ray J is struggling bad, and he has a lot of things he has to answer for to God. But I'm telling you, he's struggling, and if somebody don't put their hand on him soon, he's not going to be here long. And I'm not wishing that on nobody. I'm telling you what I can see. But it was Anna Lee, it was Kev on stage, it was of course, Kirk Franklin. It was, what's the one that's married to Megan Good now? I forget his name real quick. Y'all remember his name?
Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, there you go.
Let me tell you something. Pete, first of all, and this goes, like I said, the depth of people's soul and spirit varies along YouTube too. A lot of times I get turned off from, like somebody says, ScrewTube, because there you go, DW. Everybody can't come. As one of my friends said, everybody ain't able. Everybody ain't able. So this discussion, now, Kev on stage, Jonathan Majors, the gentleman who was there, he's a former NFL player. Now he's a psychologist. He's a doctor. All Ray J, all of these, Kirk Franklin, all of them grew up in a church. However, NLE did not. He said his father grew up so immersed, forced into the church. It burned him so bad when he had his kids. He was so church hurt, he didn't do that to his kids. So NLE didn't grow up with that heavy Christian or church religion indoctrination. He is, let me tell you something. When I tell you his spirit and his soul is so wise, so erudite, so settled, so advanced, even though he was the youngin' at the table, he did not grow up with church hurt and indoctrination. So he said, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, I believe in God. And he questioned certain aspects, but here's the thing. I respect his ability. Yes, DW, that show was phenomenal. And those of you who have not seen it, Den of Kings, go watch the episode that I'm talking about. Open your eyes, your mind's eye, your third eye. You open your spirit and everything to hear. First of all, our men, our Black men are hurting bad. We as women, listen, they've done a lot of shit to us. We've done some shit to them. We get nowhere by continuing to have this, there's a lot of red pill things that's going on, and we get nowhere by constantly tit for tat. That shit gotta stop. We as women, and let me tell you something, if everything was predicated on what somebody deserves, a lot of people wouldn't have shit. We have to get past, well, these men don't deserve. We have to stop weaponizing. I heard a lot of weaponization of whatever they're going through, and that is why men and women are at a precipice. Men hate women. They are showing their hate for women. We have, and I won't say that on this episode they really showed hate for women, but what Kev on stage was able to say, so he said, I'm not a tough kind of street guy. He was very vulnerable and expressed what he went through with the loss of his brother and how he was angry with God. God, I grew up completely sold out for God. And then my brother got sick with cancer and he was dying. And then we prayed and he got better. And then when he got better and I got to the point where we were successful and we got the success that we had worked so hard for on a regular day, you took him in the height of everything. He was very vulnerable. It was amazing to watch. I have give so much credit to Kirk Franklin for this. It was a brilliant idea, and I would like to formulate something like this for women. I think it's needed. I think we have gotten to a point where tit for tat within our demographic of people. I think we have been so abused by men, and men have been done so much, and women are on some get back. We got to stop that. We're not going to get nowhere with the get back. A lot of YouTube content creators try to frame it that, oh, they went off, they put him in his place and he's out of place. It's even some of them that have Christian channels. It said to me that their wisdom, they're all devoid of wisdom. The take that they took on it was so juvenile and infantile and stupid and short-sighted. And I don't like to criticize people like that. It was infantile, juvenile, short-sighted. NLE is brilliant. His soul, even though he was the young ninja at the table, is so far mature and advanced. You see that resolute level, but God, but I'm sold out for God, and I'm also for God, and I'm sold out, but I know God. That resolute thing that I have. I met a lady the other day. I went to something. Shout out to Montoya, Black Socrates, and his mental dialogue. Went to mental dialogue the other day. We have conversations. So dope. It's Nerd Fest. Is where I belong. I don't belong in the clubs or this. It's a nerd fest. It's where I belong. We discuss topics. And so help me God, we were talking, and this woman said to me, I'm going to tell you her name. She has Tushka. She's here. No, is it Tushka? She has a journal, and I'm going to bring her on to interview her about the journal. She said to me, where do you get this overwhelming level of faith? I would love to take a page out of your book. I would love to. She said, that's where I struggle. I said, because my father told her, they've been preaching in our ear since we was 2 years old. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. And our Father, I said, my father said he'll provide my daily bread. I don't got to stress. She was like, what are you talking about? I said, give us, Lord, our daily bread. My father in that prayer said, I will provide daily bread for you. And forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. That means let Ish go. See, when I was little and they were teaching me that prayer and I was actualizing it and living it, I took it very seriously, literally. I am not a grudge holder. I let Ish go like it ain't no thing. Anybody that know me know I'm not a grudge holder. Now I will hold you accountable. But holding grudges, I don't let people live free in my penthouse. This is prime real estate. I don't have time for that. When I tell you, NLE said things to these men, and people was like, and then Ray J broke it down well. He said, youngin, you see how you 20 something, you 22, and when I was 22, nobody couldn't tell me nothing. And so how he was breaking it down was in relation to the traditional sense of, you're a young nigga, we older, you don't know yet. And while some of that may come into play, it took Kev on stage to say, hold on a second. You are an old ninja. He said, how old are you? And NLE said 22. He said, even though you're 22, you are old. Because in the hood, he said, when I was growing up, I was hoping that I would make it to 16. He said, I wanted to be, in my neighborhood, he said, back then we used to hope we made it to 18. He said, now the young dudes in my neighborhood hope they make it to 15. Can you imagine a world where you hope you live to the ripe old age of 15? Our world is broken. When a young man says, at least if I make it to 15. So at 22-year-old, you are an OG in your neighborhood because ninjas don't be living to 22. Kev on stage said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. You are an OG. They were trying to shut him down, like, you don't know when you get 30 and 40. And while that applies in the natural world, if it makes sense and you can articulate it and tie it up in a neat bow, that's the natural. That's the world. That's man's world. Baby, when you can't make sense of a 22-year-old having a level of wisdom that old heads don't have, that is the supernatural, and that's where God exists. Because see,
Sis, can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
I'm still having a hard time acknowledging the fact that there were people there that were supposed to be intelligent and they let Ray J say anything.
Here's the thing, Ray J, you gotta watch it. Ray J didn't say much. Now, he did try to bring a little, being the next youngest person, he tried to run interference for NLE because they were trying to like, bruh, you don't know, you young, you just. He was trying to run interference and explain it, and he came across well. I'm be honest, but it was the well that was the world. How the world tries to control you to tell you you don't really know nothing. Listen to me, Ray J is suffering. Ray J,
I know.
His soul, his spirit is he is in such inner turmoil. He couldn't even sit erect and engage in the conversation. He was down over his face.
He's been crashing out.
He is, and not negative, not in a. It wasn't his traditional crash out.
Which is scarier, I think.
It was scary to me. I think who said it? Somebody said they could see that. Somebody said it in the chat. Somebody say it again. Whoever said it about Ray J. I'm telling you, his spirit, the devil and God are battling over that soul. I could see it sitting at that table. He couldn't even sit still. He had to get up and say, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. He was going for the rest of the episode. I have never seen it.
I pray to God that you're right, that God is involved at all.
Oh, I believe God is in there trying to save him. I'm telling you. There was a point at which you could look at Ray J and he looks like an innocent little boy.
Oh, yeah, still.
I saw another video where it said Brandy and his mom and them don't F with him. And he's like, I'm not a brother anymore. They don't F with me. Listen to me. Listen. Here's the thing. He got issues that need tissues. He got a lot of stuff he has to answer for. But when God and the devil are battling for your soul, is because God got works for you to do. You understand? Because listen, he wouldn't be in turmoil if he was just the devil's minion.
Brandy needs to be worried about her own self with that checkerboard coat she's wearing on stage.
I was over that. And it was a Louis Vuitton coat. I was over it. I was like, really? The checkerboard? Come on. I was pissed about that. But
you already know what that's representation of.
Come on, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing, Jay. I'm going to withhold judgment of Ray J and saying that he's a hot mess. Listen to me. When the devil and God are battling for your soul, God has work for you. Because when you are sold out for the devil, there's no battle. Life is a cakewalk. When you are in this constant battle, is because God is trying to win your soul, to keep you from running yourself over to a reprobate mind and spirit. I'm telling you, there's a battle ensuing for Ray J. Now, I did like what what's his name had to say about the fact that Megan Good prison, because everybody had things to say about their relationship. He said, she found me at my lowest point. That's real talk. That's real spit. When God lets somebody find you at your weakest, lowest point, you don't even have a mask that you can put on. When the whole world has turned against you and someone still can see the humanity in you and love you, to love you, trust me, God is still doing work there. God is still doing work there. He said, oh my God, we have a thing that we just talk to. This episode, Den of Kings, baby. What I tell you,
the link in the chat for the episode.
I see the link in the chat. Thank you, boo. When I tell you, there is something so amazing about this episode. It was something so vulnerable about this episode. When Kev on stage said, I love my wife so much because she's never weaponized my weakness to me. He said, I'm not no street thug. I'm not no street guy. He's like, but I'm not no punk either. I don't want to look weak in front of my wife. He said, when the time came around, when you know, I get at the time his brother was about to pass away or was passing away, and he was like, you know what? My brother's going through, I can just do the church tour again. And, you know, he had done the church tour back in the days. He said, this is easy money, this, that, the other. And he said his wife was like, well, okay, you could do that, but you better than that. You better than that. Why would you settle for the lowest common denominator of yourself instead of reaching for the stars? You could take the time and sit down and write new jokes and do that. Don't go for that low vibration, low hanging fruit thing. He said, and he just was like, and he said, people be like, why you don't cheat? He was like, I can't get this from no chick in the street. This level of vulnerability and trust and sincerity, she challenged you to be your best self. Baby, it was the most erstwhile conversation I've heard Black men have in a long time, and it was needed, and it was amazing. It was amazing.
I wish you have to let my husband.
Oh my God. I suggest every man and woman, and if you're a couple, watch it together. And women, stop it with your stuff, because they articulated a lot of things. And I know how we can be. I've been that woman when I was young and I didn't know better. When a man finally finds it within his heart to confide in you, and he confides in you, and the minute shit gets out of hand and it gets to a point where you don't like, and you take that one thing, how he was, you know, molested by his uncle, and weaponize that and try to slice and dice and ginsu knife him with it. Come on, we got to stop that shit. We got to stop it. We are the young women that I see in society, and I'm not blaming, I'm just saying it is a condition of how, what up, Jay, how they've been treated for so long. We have got to stop it with this tit for tat, because if you watch Leah Gordon's channel, femicide is at an all-time high. These dudes are crashing out and taking you out this earth. We just talked about Kada Scott. It was a guy that was stalking her. Dudes is taking you off this earth for small stuff. We have got to stop taking the vulnerable, because, and I'm not victim blaming. What I'm saying is two wrongs don't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right. I think we are at the precipice of a beautiful thing happening here. I think if we have more discussions like this, more shows like this, what up, Latoya? More everything like this. I think we're at the precipice of an amazing thing happen. There you go, Sasha. God implores us to make sure we are equally yoked in him, so that he can always pour into us and us into each other. It comes from stop choosing who your mama say you need to be with. Stop choosing who the ladies at the church like. Get to know who you with and know that person inside out, and decide for yourself if you and this person can make a thing. But you see all this, I like Shaniqua, but I'm going to choose, Mary Alice because mama and them like her. Mama and them ain't got to go home behind closed doors and be with her. And what's happening is these dudes don't like women. Listen to all this red pill content. Men hate women. And I'm not saying every man, but the disproportionate number of female hate I see is absolutely disgusting. Shout out to LA Chic, member for 10 months. Salute. Hey, salute, fam. Thank you, my love. Shout out to Margie, member for 5 months. Hey, Margie, we love you, boo. Thank you guys so much. We really are on the precipice of a big thing happening, but we got to be willing to acknowledge the wrongs we have made, and we got to acknowledge it. We got to acknowledge it. It's broken, and it can be fixed, but we got to come into this. We got to stop being tit for tat and trying to be each other's ops. I know people in relationship that are each other's ops, and everything is one-upsmanship. I'm going to get you back. I'm going to get you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to embarrass you. We got to get out of that. We got to get out of that. Oh, listen, Right Sound Studio. He said the biggest heathens are in the church. Oh, absolutely. I know that. And the crazy thing is all of these other older men on the show all have a history with church. And yet the majority of them have expressed church hurt. And we're all a bit of church hurt. You know how the people in the church always know who the fast tail girl is, but they never know who the deacon and the pastor is that's messing with them. You always got to send this girl away down south to have that baby, but the baby is for the pastor or the deacon and nobody corrects them. Or that nasty uncle that y'all keep inviting to the baby showers and Thanksgiving, but he been messing with generations of people in the family. We have to be honest and transparent and real and lay ish on the table and excommunicate some people. Why is this uncle having access to be able to have raped your auntie, your mama's sister? He touched on your mama. He got the your generation, a couple of cousins, and the young ones. Y'all like, y'all get around, get over here and get out that room from around them. Why? Why is he still around? Why is he still around? Am I saying something nobody knows to be a fact? No, baby. I need you out of that relationship. If you in a tit for, okay, baby, we're going to talk. You got to get out of that. You have to get out. You cannot be in a relationship with nobody who's your ops. If y'all are tit for tat and steady playing one up, that's not, you don't belong there. That's not where God sent you. You got to get out of it. But a lot of people have an issue because of how they were raised and the toxicity that we were raised in our families. And it's not relegated to simply Blacks, everybody. Stop going to toxic love just for the sake of having someone. It's okay to be alone. There's something beautiful and redeeming about being alone. You get to know yourself. You really get to know yourself. We have got, I mean, there is a trend online saying where women are like, living by yourself without a man in your house is a flex because they feel so abused by the men in their lives. And I'm not making excuses for the men. I'm not. But let's be honest. Women are nurtured, socialized, taught things, and all types of stuff. Where dudes is just grown up. They just grown up. They almost dragged up. Your mother might tell you, wipe my countertop down and know how to cook an egg and make a couple of pancakes. But these men are not nurtured. You got men out here that's whole grown adult men that there's a lot they don't know about interpersonal relationships. It's the whole notion, and I said this since I was young. If you give a little girl a baby doll and a boy a truck, how shall the tween meet? What they got in common when they get older? You gave her a baby. She knows how to nurture from a young. When she's a baby herself, she got a baby. This nigga got a truck. What do you learn from racing trucks? Nobody's, when the little boy fall, nobody's saying, oh, come here, and he cried. They're not saying, oh, come here, baby boy, let me see. Oh, this hurt. Oh, let me wipe your knee. Are you okay? It's okay. You got to be careful over there. Remember mama told you about those rocks? No, they say, get up. Don't be no punk. Fuck you crying for. Don't be a man. Why are you telling a 4-year-old to be a man? He's 4. He literally has boo-boo in his boxers, in his drawers, his briefs. Why are you get up? Don't be no sissy. Don't be no punk. We have literally, and if your man is saying that shit to your kid, you need to work on that situation. You need to step in and say, no, he's not a man. He's a child, and it's okay if you cry, because when these suckers grow up, they don't have an outlet for their emotions. If they were 4 and they were told when they busted their whole knee open and it's bleeding and the white meat is showing and they got gravel and all that in it, if you tell him, if you pat him on his back and say, what you crying for? Be a man. Stop being a punk. Shut that shit up. When he grows up and he is hurt in his relationship, he is not going to take the natural thing of, babe, you hurt my feelings, or what you said hurt, or how can, babe, I need to be hugged. No, he's going to crash out and take everybody out because he doesn't have an outlet for his pain. He was taught as a young child, you don't get an outlet for your pain. You better put an H on your back and handle that. That's dangerous. That same little boy who's not allowed to cry grows up and says, I'm crying inside, and the only way I know how to cry is to get this Glock that I've been shining for a week and pop, 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 take everybody out. That's his tears. That's his tears. We have got to do something. We have got, the tough love is way too strong. way too strong. That's right. Children live what they learn. And if you tell a man, don't cry, shut up with all that crying, don't be no punk, you acting like a sissy, shut up with all that. If you do all of that, when he grows up, whenever he's hurt, who do you think is getting ready to take that? What you think the outcome of that is going to be? Energy doesn't die, it just transmutes. You literally have to have something to do with that energy or it's going to erupt. Hence the term crashing out. If you say to Siri, how many women have been killed by their internet partner in 2025 thus far, the numbers will be astonishing. Astonishing. And it's not even so much manners, it's love. Who told us that men don't get to cry? Who told us that boys don't get to cry? Listen,
slave masters.
Okay, indeed, but guess what? We learned a lot of stuff since then. At what point do we change the narrative? My grandmother always told me, a soft word wards off wrath. You know the biggest trouble I ever got in from my grandmother? One time me and my husband got into it and I was mad about something and I said some foul shit. My grandmother like, what? What? Don't you ever talk to your husband like that. I was like, you on his side? She said, don't you ever. She said, Roger is all right. Don't mind her, you know. She looked at me and said, a soft word wards off wrath. She said, you must be a safe place for your husband to fall. You must be a safe place for him to fall. Treasure when he confides in you, treasure that. Don't you ever weaponize that against him. My grandmother wanted to wring my lips. And I was just, for a while, I was like, how you gonna take his side? All I could think of, you my grandmother. She said, I'm your grandmother. When you brought him here to me and said, this is the man I love, this is my husband, I'm your grandmother. You don't get to pick and choose. And those are things we have to learn, because until it happens, nobody's teaching you that until the situation happens. I would get mad and go to my grandmother's house and she said, what time you leaving? Your husband home? You don't have to cook food for your husband. I'm like, I'm mad. I'm staying over here. She's like, you mad? You staying over here? No, you going home to your husband. Go to your house with your husband and go and cook the food. The kids and them could stay here, but you go home. And you don't stay out. You go home to your husband. Nobody has these conversations with us. Shout out to Michael. I was raised in such a style, man up before 6. See, thank you for the super chat. See, that's effed up. And so many of us went through that. My grandmother's a wise woman. When I tell you, and I'm going to tell you, I thank God that she checked me. I thank God that she checked me in those times, because my husband would go through so much medically. And you know what? Even when it got tough, I was there. Even when we went through bumps in the road, I was there. And and people used to be like, you're doing all of it. I said, mind your business. Go see about your husband and you do what you got to do. Mind your business. Stay out of this. That's my husband. That's not my baby father. That ain't my boo. That ain't my friend. That's my husband. Mind your business. Go and cleave to yours and let me cleave to mine.
Speaking of, I got something that I got to tend to. I'm not dropping down. I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay. Oh, absolutely. Tell my brother I said, what up? We have to understand, you cannot let your like women, there's this thing where women will let their friends come in and they'll tell them all their husband business. You got to listen. We have to go back to old fashioned. I think the world has gotten so advanced. We've gotten to so many things. We have to go back. We have to wheel it back, dial it back, and go back to old fashioned stuff. We got to go back to old fashioned stuff. There you go. Never go to bed angry. Those old basic things, tenets. We gotta go back to that. When I tell you, I advise every one of y'all to watch Den of Kings. First of all, the name and all is great. A Den of Kings. When they each come in, he has a chef there and they cook a meal and they actually be eating and talking. And he literally greets everybody. What up, king? Oh, this king right here. This king. You got to speak life to people to make them feel better. You got to speak life to people. You don't lose nothing. When I see people, I'm like, hey, beautiful. How you doing, queen? Hey. People be like, oh, it's disarming. They're so used to It's hard for somebody to, you could be in a situation and somebody's kind of turning up their nose, and I'd be like, hey, queen, I love your blouse. It's very hard to have an attitude with somebody that calls you queen and say, I love your blouse. It's hard to have that attitude. What you say, K-Lig? Because K-Lig is a big married woman, and when I tell you, soft life is such a beautiful thing. A lot of us were not raised in that. A lot of us were not exposed. A lot of us were put into situations where we didn't have the option to be soft because we had to drive the train. But baby, get as close to soft life as you can. There's nothing better than that. The world disillusioned a lot of women and made them think they had to jump into that feminist thing and be like, I'm a feminist, I am woman, hear me roar. Bump all that. I drove the train because I had to when my husband was sick. But baby, whenever he was better, I said, take the wheel of the train back. This ain't my job. This your job. I'm infamous. I always had a flower in my hair. I believe in soft life. I like it. I don't want to drive the train. It's a default that many women had to fall into because we didn't have options and situations and things presented themselves. But my God. Jay Mizek said, most geniuses grow up with both parents, but doesn't have to be if that get enough of those things I mentioned. Yeah. If a lot of people, Michael said, you are right about crying. I even have to check myself with my son. You want them to be a man, but you can't push them to be one. It's very confusing. You need a little rough and tumble sometimes to listen. My grandmother always said a soft word wards off wrath. We cannot tell a 4-year-old boy to be a man. He don't know nothing about being a man. He's nowhere near that. Life, that's why they call it the stages of life, because we're going to go through different stages. You're not born there. The same way you wouldn't tell that 4-year-old, go and work a job and bring home the money. The same way you wouldn't tell a 4-year-old all of these other adult things to take their voice, to take their tears. It's inhumane, man. It's inhumane. Tears are therapeutic and healing for the soul.
I'm back.
Mm-hmm. Like I tell every woman I know, and any woman that knows me know at some point we've had this discussion. You ain't bound to change. Look, I could do all kind of things. It's by default. My husband was sick, very sick on dialysis and on the kidney transplant waiting list. So there were lots of things he couldn't do. Listen, it's okay to be like, honey, could you reach that? Honey, could you open this jar for me? Honey, could you change this light? Listen, be a queen. Thank you, Keisha. Keisha says she cooking. Let her cook. Hey, listen, be soft. Let them take on the load. Be soft. You ain't got to open every jar. Even if you go open it, you ain't got to open every jar. You ain't got to change every light bulb. You ain't got to do all. Let him, hey, baby, could you do this for me? Honey, listen, this is what I used to tell women for years, young women. I say, you in the car, even if you know your man is going the wrong way, don't be like, why are you going this way? Because we've lost our femininity as women. We've lost that soft edge. We always want to bark something. What you going this way? I've seen this before. You got to be like, oh, he'd be like, is this the way? I'd be like, I trust you, baby. Please. I believe in you. Because if we're going to go around that block 3 times, by that 4th time, he's going to figure it out. I don't need to be like, you always going the wrong way. We got to stop barking at each other. We got to fall into that soft thing so that we can be granted soft life. Because you can't be the man and the woman in the relationship. If you're trying to be both, ain't no way I'm getting out to pump no gas when my man is sitting beside me. I can't tell you how many gas stations I go to and some woman is pumping the gas and the dude sitting in the car. I don't care if he's your brother, your nephew, I'm not pumping no gas if you're there. When my sons are around, my sons come to town, whatever, I ain't touching a garbage can. I'm not doing, when I'm by myself, I do it. And when Nirvana's here, I do it because I don't want Nirvana to do it. But you think when my sons are here, I'm touching a garbage can or doing certain things? No way. No way. We have literally got to fall. It is okay to have some things that the world will fool you and tell you, oh, that's not woman's work. I can do anything a man can do. You can take a punch in the jaw like a man too. Why do you need to do everything a man can do? What do you need to do that for? They done hoodwinked, bamboozled, and lied to us all. You don't need to do everything. I see mad women at the gas station pumping the gas, paying for everything. Nah. Listen, if my man don't have the money to pay for the food at the restaurant, might be we need to stay home. Maybe you can lay out a little picnic basket, get a little picnic basket and lay out a little picnic thing and sit in your house. If it's you and your man, have a little picnic, put some grapes and make a little charcuterie board and have a little picnic on the floor. Put your tablecloth down and put your big pillows and all, and do something cute at home. You ain't bound to be in the street going out and spending money to do things and then slide the card under for the man to act like he paid. You won't have to do that. Your priorities is in the wrong place if you need to slide the card over to the man to let him feel like he's paid. If you're doing that, your priorities are wrong. Your priorities are wrong. We need to get back to basics. Basics. Don't go to sleep angry. When you're talking to your mate, if they express something, to ensure that you've heard it right is to say, okay, baby, just so I'm clear, what I hear you saying is you blah, 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 blah. And then when they hear you recite it back, they'll be like, no, yeah, the first two parts, yeah, but the last part, that's not what I said. That's not what I mean. And you can say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. Explain to me again so it can be clear, because this is what I thought you meant, and I don't want to get it wrong. I really want to get it right so that we can make it better. When you have to recite, and that goes vice versa for the woman and the man. Say it back so when they hear you, say, well, yeah, the first two parts, that's what I meant. But that last part, I didn't say that. And then you'll be able to have perfect understanding and you can work your way through it. When you get mad or a lot of people do this thing too. They think whatever they think, you can read their mind. Unless somebody has a gift, other people can't read your mind. And trust me, those of us who have a gift, I just be reading plenty minds. Some of y'all need to wash your brain out with soap. I just be reading plenty minds. I can read energy. It ain't always so nice. People always think you can read their mind. Don't expect your mate to read your mind. One thing I've learned in my marriage, you want your man to listen to you. There was a time where I used to get vexed and boy, I could, guess what? Because my mama was a yeller. But guess what? The day that my husband heard me the most, I was talking to him and I was like, yeah, I was upset about something. I was like, yeah. He said, what? I was like, oh, he was like, what? I had his undivided attention. You want somebody undivided attention when you're mad about something? Talk super soft. They spending so much time trying to hear what you got to say. You got their undivided attention. I guarantee you one thing. When you yell, they done shut you off instantly. They ain't listening to nothing.
Do you want to know what an old communication coach used to say all the time, where a lot of people go wrong?
What's that?
Your behavior is so loud, they can't even hear what you're saying.
Ooh, now that is a gem. That's a gem. That's real. The greatest conversation I ever had with my husband in a situation where we were upset, I was dang near whispering. And he said, what is that? Oh, what? Why you talk like this? I was super calm. I was like, well, I don't really agree with that. And I feel upset. Why you talk like this? But guess what? After a while, he stopped asking me. And he literally was listening to everything I had to say. There's plenty of times where I was yelling my head off. That man tuned me out. When I saw how attentive he was listening to everything I had to say, I said, oh, I done struck gold here. Because he literally sat down and talked it out with me. Completely talked it out. I was like, Wow. After that, couldn't catch me yelling for nothing. Nobody's listening to you when you're yelling. No one. I don't care. You don't listen to your mama, your daddy, your auntie, your grandma. Whoever's yelling, you not listening. Am I right or wrong? Put a 5. If somebody yells at you, are you really listening to what they got to say? Put a 5 in the chat if you're listening to them when they're yelling at you. Put a 6 in the chat if you tune them out. Right Sound Studio said, if you yell at me, I shut down. That's right. Oh, never disrespect your man in public. You can't, and never say nothing that you can't dial it back afterwards. There's some stuff that you say that you could never take back. Right Sound Studio said 5 and 6. You can never take it back. Why would you? Yeah, it's all James said, as soon as we hear that pitch, that's right, because it becomes a turnoff. It feels like an attack. The next time you have a miscommunication with your significant other, your children, whoever, I want you to use that tactic. Speak very low. Speak very low. And I'm telling you, you will have their undivided attention. And yes, Nick's Mountain Goat, take a deep breath before you speak. Give yourself, don't respond to get tit for tat and one up. Respond for clear understanding. Listen for clear understanding and respond so that you can confirm that you understand a thing or to espouse your point of view. Because guess what? We sink or we swim together. You clearly want to be together or you wouldn't be together. You clearly want to be together or you would not be together. So if you're going to be together, and this is the person that you want to ride off into the sunset with, figure out a better way. You don't get nothing. You get more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. You just do. It's just what it is. What, and K-Lig and Jag, what do y'all think? Tell me some of y'all tactics when you're dealing with your mate that you found to be extremely effective.
Kayla can go first.
K-Lig,
Is she there? Where'd she go?
she there. I see her typing.
Oh,
Take your thing off of mute.
well then I'll go first.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that I'll say that I didn't learn until later on in life, because I was a fighter, I was an arguer, I was the great debater. And what I realized was is that I was in relationships with opponents. I wasn't in relationships with companions. There's a big difference. So when you finally learn how to choose a companion rather than an opponent, I think for me, the most valuable lesson that I've learned is treat the person that I'm in a relationship the way I want to be treated. Like, really, do unto your mate as you would have them do unto you. There's so many times we fly off the handle, we get upset, we get caught in our emotions. Um, Things are high. There's a lot of stuff going on, especially if you have a high stress life or a high stress job or whatever the case may be. It's easy to get lost and just rifling off whatever your feelings are. But if you literally look at that person and say, you know what, how would I want them to address this if this were me?
Mm-hmm.
And then move from there. Like for me, that has been probably the most valuable
Mm-hmm.
lesson that I've learned is really treat that person the way you want to be treated, because you train people how to treat you by how you treat them.
Yeah,
And that's what I got.
I agree. I agree. That's real. That's a real talk.
I would say that I am still learning. I've been with my husband. We've been married for, oh, we've been together for 20 years and I'm still learning. I literally just put in the chat, I would be right back because I just went downstairs to try to be his soft place at the end of the day, like you were talking about in that Den of Kings, I think it was. But there's just something that he's dealing with. He came in pretty upset, so I went to go try to be comfort, even though we're going through it right now. So I don't know. I would say I'm still learning, and I try to seek advice and wise counsel, and look to those who have gone before me. I try to, because I am also that barker, that biter, that sharp tongued person who will. I mean, my mother just told me the other day that I could be nicer. I'm a mean person.
And
so
it's not the mean; it's it's a defense mechanism. We bite because we want to bark before we get barked on.
there you go. There you go. Or in defense of myself, because if you're saying something that I don't agree with, I'm going to tell you all of the ways that you're wrong. So I'm learning still and practicing how to put that away. And because it is like you said, we do want to be together. All the mess we might say about each other, all the fights we might have, nobody's left. So stop acting silly and let's get it together. Right? I'm not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere.
One thing I will tell you is I know for a fact when Kayla said she will leave to go me and Kayla could be sitting on the phone just she'd be like, gotta go, honey's home. I'd be like, go ahead, girl. When I tell you without fail, we might be mid conversation on something and he walks in and he realize that it's me and he'd be like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, hey, what up, D? And we laugh and kiki and then she'd be like, all right, gotta go, honey's home. I love it. I have so much love for that. My baby is like, listen here, girl, me and you've been on the phone all day. We can get on the phone later. Mama Ann here. It's like that old Aretha Franklin. No, my baby girl, she got to jump to it. And that's what it's all about. You could never be offended by anything like that. She's doing what's right. How dare you sit on the phone and kick it with me when your husband home? Go to your man. That's home is where the heart is. I love that about her. Without fail.
And that's intentional. I'm trying that. That's one of the things that I'm trying to be very intentional about, because that is not how I've been in the past.
Well, kudos to you, because at least since we've known each other, I've never seen you not do that. Never. I've literally every single time without fail. Gotta go. And then we could be on the phone talking. She'd be like, oh, my husband's calling. Call you back. She goes right. She ain't letting that phone ring twice. She go right to her husband. And then you catch back with me, which is the way it's supposed to be. Which is the way it's supposed to be. You made a
and you know what, though? I appreciate you for giving me the space to do that, because other female friends are not that way. What you mean? What you gonna talk to him later? Aren't you gonna see him? Am I not gonna see you too?
Well, if they're saying that,
I get mad.
If you're saying that,
sorry?
then you need to ask yourself if they're really your friends.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, I believe it and love it. In fact, it's so endearing to me. I think it is adorable. I love it. I'll be like, go on, girl. I'll talk to you later. What up? Tell my boy I said what up. Out of there. Because that's what it's supposed to be. I love it. I love it. It is so, and I'm going to tell you, while we all know who we are and what things we are still growing through and learning and all that, one thing I will say undoubtedly about Kayla, she exudes soft life. Exudes. And I absolutely love it for her and about her. I absolutely love it. I really, truly do.
Well, listen, I love it too, but I will tell you, it is not normal to me. It's not natural. It's quite uncomfortable sometimes. And I have to work to allow myself to be in this place of, being a wife and a mom and this soft life. It's not natural to me. I've worked forever. You know where our families come from. I've worked. I've busted my butt. Education, this, that. I've never. This is not me. So this is a huge transition for me.
But there's something so beautiful about it, though. You exist in the space very naturally. Even if you're still toiling and turmoiling within yourself, it's just because of how we were raised with that whole you have to have 15 jobs, that, hey, man, got to go to work, West Indians. Listen, there is a beautiful thing about being able to be home for the kids when it. I decided, even though my husband passed away, I decided I was going to be, and even after I told you we had separated and he was living his life and I was living my life, but I stayed and took care of him for the rest of his life. I made a commitment. Even when he was somewhere else, I made a commitment. I said, I knew he had medical issues. I made a commitment with God, a covenant bond. I said, listen, he has medical issues. He's been through a lot, kidney transplant, all kinds of stuff that would have taken a lesser person out. I made a commitment that I would be there no matter what. I would never betray my vows and my covenant bond between him and me and God. We had broken up. He was living his life. I was living my life. Anything went down, I was at that hospital before anybody else. Anything went down, how much it cost? I got it. When he was falling into diabetic comas while he was driving. One time he went into a diabetic coma and crashed into the fire hydrant, damaged his car, knocked the fire hydrant over, all kind of stuff, had to be rushed to the hospital. I paid for his car to get fixed because if he'd had one more insurance claim, they would have dropped him. So I was doing good at the shop. I paid for his car to get fixed. People are like, you're going to pay for your husband's car and he would another one? Mind your business, bitch. Mind your business. This is my husband, mine. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to like my tactics and my apology. Thank you, Margie. We have to break generational curse. We have to do what we have to play to the strengths of our relationship. This was my husband. My philosophy, a lot of people used to question, why are you doing this? You trying to show off? No, because I'm either going to have to walk my kids in front of that coffin or I'm going to thug it out and make sure he's good. If I was the person in the relationship, if I was the parent that was down, I would like to know that my co-parent had my back. Never talked down to me. Listen, for years, when me and my husband were separated and I moved on and came here, for years would use my left hand and write birthday cards. I'm talking everything, Christmas, birthday, Groundhog's Day, everything. Write a card to my kids, put in an envelope, send it to my mother and have her mail it from Brooklyn to here. So that my kids, because my kids are check postmarks. They the type of, you know how my kids found out that it wasn't their father? He had came down, he was getting sicker and sicker. He had 15% vision left. And because he went blind because of the kidney issue. He came down to visit us and he came to stay with us for a while. And they was like, I want daddy to come. I want daddy. And I was like, all right. And so I brought that. I was like, daddy don't play. Like, daddy don't play. The stuff I let y'all get away with, daddy not going to go for that. And they were like, I want daddy. I said, okay, fine. And he needed the break. He needed the rest. He needed to get out of New York. And so he came down and then he went in their room and he was like, room was nice and clean, boy. That me like. And he walked around the room and looked at all the stuff. And my kids came to me and gave me a hug and was like, we love you, mommy. And I was like, what you talking about? I had no clue. They said daddy walked in our room and never said anything about all the cards on our dresser. He didn't even recognize them. And I'm telling you, it's bringing tears to my eyes right now. Because he was in a position medically that he had to fight to live. He couldn't sweat the small stuff. And I never wanted my kids to be depleted of anything that I knew they deserved. And so I took it upon myself. It didn't take nothing from me to buy a gift card and put it in a card, send it to my mother to mail it back to them because I wanted to maintain his dignity. I did not want my children to look down on their father. I wanted to maintain his dignity throughout this journey. If I was the parent that was on the lower end of the spectrum or was going through something and couldn't meet my parental guidelines and duties, I would like to know that my co-parent got my back and would still show me with full dignity and respect to my children. A lot of people don't understand how I operate. It ain't their business. I took care of my husband for the rest of his life. For the rest of his life. Every quarter, me and Nirvana went shopping and I bought my husband clothes, shoes, everything. And I ain't talking about no flim flam, nothing. I'm talking Chris Clarks, I'm Chris anything in one. I bought it. everything, because why should he be without? If I was the co-parent that was down bad, I would want to know that the person who stood at the altar and made a covenant bond with me in front of God would have my back. I didn't gain nothing by my kids looking down on him. I don't gain nothing by him feeling less than. That's my person. That's my soulmate. I talk to him every day. I miss him so much. There's so many jokes and different things that, baby, I could talk to him like I couldn't talk to nobody. There was nothing to gain by letting this man be looked down on by my family, by his friends, anything. Listen, my husband we struggling taking care of bills doing this. My husband would be like, oh, man, I go to Jamaica for one dance. My friend and I keep a dance. Blind and all, we treated him with the utmost respect because he was a good man. And when he was out here about his business, he was out here about his business. So why, when he's down bad, would I take that as an opportunity to kick him when he's down? No. When I say I took him for the rest of his life, I laid him to rest. When I got to that crematory place, the lady said, oh, Miss Rubin, we've been waiting for you. Natanya? And I was like, how do you know my name? She was like, oh, your husband. He said that you were going to take care of all of his final wishes. I was like, what? Your husband said you were going to take care of his final wishes because he knew, because I would. We just got to do better to the people that we still got alive. If you met this person and you let this person court you, or you courted this person and you entered a relationship and you let this person go where you let this person enter your physical body, you're going to tell me you can't have a respectful conversation? You're going to tell me that when they down bad, you can't stand in the gap? Come on, man. I laid him to rest where some of his family members didn't even come. I got urns for all of this. My oldest son don't like nothing concerning death. He didn't want nothing concerning it. I got us all pendants with his thumbprint in the pendant because I wanted all of us to have something to keep of him that was eternal, that was a part of him. I made sure everybody, even the outside daughter, had one. The urn and some of her father's ashes and the thumbprint jewelry. Everybody. Because that's the right thing to do. When you stand up and make that covenant, covenant bond, you say, for better or for worse, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. I take things very seriously.
Speaking of in sickness and in health, I'm going to get ready to tap down. Are you okay? I see you are very... I heard you reminiscing. I'm sorry, I had to go step
It's
away
so
and take
good.
it. You know, we 6 over here, so we're in recovery right now. So I'm looking out. I'm doing all of those
Send
things.
you some herbs and stuff I'm gonna send you my herb thing for you to take. And anybody who gets sick, go down my page. You're going to see Natanya's Trinidadian Remedy. Get those items and make yourself better. Go buy those items. I wrote out the entire recipe and how you're supposed to do it. Follow it to the T. I'm telling you, you will get better. Everybody around has been sick. I haven't been at all.
Everybody. I know I
Everybody.
haven't been sick in quite some time, but you mess around out there in the world. Sometimes people bring home strays.
You're right. You're right.
Oh,
But I just
so
want
no.
everybody to, I want us to, there's nothing you can't do when you made a commitment to love somebody.
Oh,
True
absolutely.
love will allow you to, you don't have to win first of all, you shouldn't enter any conversation with your mate having to win the conversation. If you want to win the conversation, you're already on a bad plateau. It's not about winning. Sometimes people in a relationship, one person is fighting for right and wrong, the other one is fighting for win or lose. And that's why the tween can never meet. We got to stop being our mates' ops and stop letting people in your family get in the midst of your stuff, because you got people that are bad, ill advising you because they're so jealous that you got a husband and a house, 2.5 kids and a dog, and your life is good. You went to school, you got it, or whatever incarnation your life takes. But the fact that you have a successful relationship, you got people in your family that's so jealous that want to tear it down. Keep people out of your stuff.
But they root for failure.
Yeah, they do. They root for broken relationships.
So I'm going to get ready to tap out.
All right, my love.
Seeing you to come by. Oh no, absolutely. Right now, I'm just, I'm taking care of home. So I'll see you guys soon. And
it
love
was
you.
Great being on live with you, Jag. Before you leave, please make sure to check the messages in StreamYard, please.
Huh?
Oh, okay.
Love you guys, okay?
Okay,
Guys, we've been waxing poetic. K-Leg been whipping me from behind the scenes for being on for so long. I'm gonna be on for a short amount of time and then it stretches. But we haven't been on for a while. I love you guys. Thank you, Michael. Archangel Michael said, Natanya, you fulfilled your contract in the eyes of God. You're a strong woman who made your man proud of you. You didn't waver. You kept your contract, and it is finalized by passing. You are blessed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Indeed. So let me go ahead. Let me tend to the contract I got going on.
Right,
I'm gonna see y'all quick.
Okay. All right.
Have a good one, Jag.
Yeah, I love you guys. I love you guys so much. And it's been a while, and I know we had so much to talk about. But I don't have a problem being vulnerable, honestly, because I love that man so much in this life and in the heavenly realms. And I know he's looking down. I know he's proud of me. And I always feel his energy. I always feel his presence. Look who's over here. He knew his mommy was crying. Look who came over here to console his mommy. Come here. Everybody, I want to see his fluffy furball self. Look
Mr. Kobe Blowout.
Wow. Look at this fluffy fur. Look at his afro. Pat, 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 pat. He's such a good dog. He said, my mommy crying. Let me go see what's going on with my mommy. Mommy's okay. I'm just talking about that. Okay. It's okay. I'm okay. It's okay. Okay. But it's okay. Listen, that's what real love calls for. That's what real love calls for. It's not about what you could get out of somebody. It's what you could do for them. Really, it's how well you can love them. It's how can you be the soft place for them to fall. How you can fill the void of whatever they're missing. Sometimes you marry a man. Sometimes you got to be his mama, his best friend, his sister, his whatever, and it's okay. You want mommy? What you look so cute, mommy, baby. Look at that fluffy baby. You look so cute. Yeah, he is well taken care of. He's such a good doggy. That's mommy, baby. That's my road dog. What happened? He be giving me a bombastic side eye sometime, y'all. That side eye be, I'm talking vicious side eye.
Hey, baby. But, you heard Ms. Natanya say bombastic side eye.
Yeah, he be giving me a bombastic side eye.
Yeah.
Are you talking right now?
Yes, we are, Mr. DJ. Live too.
He loves when you say bombastic side eye.
Bombastic side eye, baby. He always gives me a side eye. But no, guys, we have so much more to talk about. I want to continue this this realm. I want us to circle back after you. That's the homework. Please, guys, whenever you get a chance, watch Den of Kings, the one with, and I'm not even going to call him NLE Chopper because they didn't address him as NLE Chopper. The man is so sold out for God and so far more advanced in his relationship and understanding of God than some of the older ones who were raised in the church because they were church hurt and they never got a chance to recover from and redeem themselves of the church hurt. NLE is coming as a clean slate. And when I tell you he's so sold out for God, it reminded me of me. That's how I know it was real. That's how I know it was real, because some of the things he was saying and the sentiment he was saying, is how I know God. Is that when you step aside and it's just you and God. It was so beautiful to me. And some of the young, like there was a time where what's his name said, "Oh, you see that Bible you talk about? You better read it again." It's because he felt like, who this young buck think he talking to? But we have to remember, and that comes with knowledge. We have to understand, because someone is biologically younger than you, spiritually they could be 10 times your age spiritually, because energy doesn't die, it just transmutes. When the human body, when life ceases in a human body, there is a slight variation of the weight. If you weigh the person right before passing, their weight is one thing, and then there is a certain level of weight that dips just ever so slightly once the body passes. And that is when they say the soul departs. The weight of the soul modulates slightly. I'm telling you, if you don't believe me, Google it and look it up. Look it up. I promise you. You're going to see that when you look it up, you'll see they'll say there's a slight variation in the weight. It might be some ounces. That is when the soul departs. So when your soul departs, it doesn't just wither away and pass away. The soul goes on to its next journey in the next flesh house, in the next life cycle. Energy doesn't pass away. It doesn't die. And so please understand, while NLE might be 22 biologically, in the realm of knowledge of God and wisdom and maturity and understanding, baby, he was the OG at the table. I'm going to be very honest. And other people that would, because you have to understand, oh God, now say the guy name again, who was with, what's his name? Who was with, what's his,
Jonathan Majors.
Jonathan Majors said something. He was like, you see that Bible you talk about, you got to read it again. He was like, there was a time where I used to try to be something, and I had to play this role to be in certain circles. And that told me that he got with the white girl because he felt like he had to be with the white girl in order to be accepted in the Hollywood circles. And he had to endure the abuse in order to, with this woman, to be accepted in Hollywood circles. He said he had to play a certain role and present himself in a certain way to be accepted in certain circles. And that told me, you playing a role still. You don't even know, you're so uncomfortable with who you are, because I don't care what job or what circle I'm in. I'm not doing a thing to make you like me more. I'm not going to be with some guy so that you can like me more. Thank you, Nick's Mountain Goat. 21 grams of soul. The soul weighs 21 grams. Let me put that on. Thank you, my love. When a person transitions from the land of the living to the land of being unalived, and that flesh house no longer exists, 21 grams is what the soul weighs. You need to know this. You need to know this so you can understand that the voice that you hear inside, you know how sometimes you could be sitting in a room and a song might come on and you're singing it, but not moving your mouth and saying a word. You're singing it in your mind because you are not this flesh house. You are the soul. That voice in your mind, that's who you are. The flesh house is just another meat suit that you're wearing while you're moving in this journey through life, doing what God has called your soul to do. Some of our souls, some people's souls, some people don't get me. They look and they be like, oh, child, she be talking all that stuff. I don't know what she be talking about. Child, that thing be sounding crazy. Because your soul is a virtual zygote. You are an infant. You are still in utero compared to me. That inner dialogue is who you are. Tell them. That inner dialogue. Correct why I may not. God needs me to do a lot of hard tasks for all time. You want to know how many times I've been recycled? I carry memories with me. I know things that should not be known. Me too, Michael. Me too, Michael. I know so many things. I promise you. Oh, Nick's Mountain Goat said, I so get you, Natanya. Thank you so much, my love. That means the world to me. That really means the world to me. Listen, I know things that there's no way I should know them. I relate, Michael. There's no way I should know them. Listen, Nick's Mountain Goat said, did you know that not everyone hears that inner voice? That blew my mind when I found out. That's true. A lot of people don't have an inner voice. When I found that out actually years ago, but when I found that, I was like, oh my God. And that's how they say, when you hear them say some people are NPCs, those are the NPCs. Those are the people whose soul either is not completing a cycle well, or cycled out and is going on to another realm. And so the remnants of that soul linger, and it just the remnants of that spirit linger, and it embodies a flesh house, but they don't have a soul, an inner voice. So many people have no inner voice. There are so many people. If you don't have an inner voice, that might be who you are. No, it's Dana said same here. Since I'm 5, I thought that I was cursed, but I realized it's a gift, because the world will make you think it's a curse. It's not. It is a gift. When I tell you I walk into rooms, I can read energy, I can read spirit, I can read souls, I can read mind, I can read flesh. I'll be like, let me get out of here. It'd be too much. I am so comforted staying by myself, because I'm telling you, physically being in a room with a bunch of people, the things I used to do, I cannot do. I'll be taking on so much energy, hearing so much stuff, hearing all these conversations and voices. It is something I can't shut it off. I walk into spaces and I'll be like, I'm telling you, I never forget when I was first coming into my gift. I was in my early 20s when I was first really like speaking it out loud to people. I was in my early 20s and not hiding it, basically. I was in my early 20s and I had a friend, and something was going on with her, and I confronted her and I was like, you such and such. She was like, what? I said, why you ask me that? I said, because that's what you're going through. They said, she was like, who you been talking to? Who told you that? I said, nobody. It's like, but how do you know that? I said, I know, I can feel it. I can hear you talking about it. I can feel it in your body. I know that. And she was like, what? And she was, hood chick. She was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I was like, I have a gift. I can tell what people are thinking, what they're going through, what they're feeling. So she was like, all right, I'm going to bring my homeboy around. So she said homeboy, but it was her home girl. She was a dyke. Well, she was presenting like a man, a butch, a dyke. I'm not sure which one you call it, but that's how she was presenting. And so she was like, back then everybody used to call me Ebony. She was like, do that thing, Eb, do that thing. She was like, and so I'm sitting in the car with her, and she's in the back seat. My friend is in the front seat. Her friend is in the back seat, and I'm in the passenger seat. And I turned around and I was like, oh my God, you have to get away from them. She was like, what? And she, if you saw her, you would think she was a cute young guy, like 21, 22, like one of them cute young guys. He had a low Caesar cut with waves. You would really think it was a guy. And I said, you have to get away from him. She was like, what are you talking about? I was like, you're not even gay. You're just doing this to keep them off you. You have to get away from them. And she just was like, what the? She was like, yo, what you told her? She was like, so our mutual friend turned and said to her, yo, what are you talking about? Like, you never told me this. I never told her nothing. She was like, I just need you to get help because you burning out. You burning yourself out. You killing yourself. And I need somebody that, she said she got a gift. And if she got a gift, I need her to help you because I don't want to lose you. And I started telling her, I was like, you were, and not to tell her business. I'm not saying her name or anything. I was like, you were being essayed by the people around you, your cousins, your brothers, everybody, uncles, everybody is on you. I said, you're not even gay. You're just dressing like this because you're trying to make them see themselves as gay if they're willing to touch you. If you present as a man and they still willing to touch you, you're trying to tell them something about themselves. That's your defense mechanism. You're not. When I tell you she was back there snot crying, I'm talking heaving, snot crying, dripping, crying, bawling. Who told you this? I said, not only are you being molested, but your mother and all of them know, and ain't nobody protecting you. They just letting you. I said, you gotta go, you gotta leave the state, you gotta go to the other side of town. You have to get away from these people. They might be your blood relatives, but they're not your family. You gotta get away. And I was like, you didn't deserve it. And I was like, God is not mad at you, but he wants you to get away from them. I said, you don't basically, like, you have nothing to apologize for. You didn't do anything. It was done to you. And she was, I'm talking out of control crying. So we talked and this and that, and I spoke to her one more time again, like maybe a few nights later, and she came and she brought her back. She wanted to ask me more questions. So how you know this? So what just ask me. And I was like, telling her different things, like just sharing with her what God was putting on me. So mind you, that was that. I didn't see her again for a year later. I'm walking down the street and somebody's like, Ebony. And I'm like, and I have a keen sense. If I see somebody, before you even speak a word, I'll be like, I know that spirit. I know this person. I know you from somewhere. And I can remember somebody I was in kindergarten with. Like, it's that finite. This person was calling me and I was like, do I know? And she was, Ebony, oh my God. And she was beautiful. Hair was, we had this, there was this studio in New York. It was in A&S. It was called Black Hair Is, a beauty salon. They had, before Dominicans was doing doobies and your hair be bouncing, the rap, Black Hair Is would blow your hair out so much that it would be light as a feather. You turn it, it'd be like, and it was just soft and brown. And that's how her hair was. And she was pretty beautiful. She didn't have no makeup and stuff on. She was natural face. She had like maybe eyeliner and like a lip gloss, but she was so strikingly gorgeous. And I was like, where do I know you from? Did you come to my shop? She was like, it's me. And I said, and I had to look in her eyes and I said, oh, it was the girl from the back seat that was formerly walking the earth as a boy. She was like, I got away from them. I got away from my whole family. I went to another aunt. I confided in her what was happening. Apparently that aunt had been through it herself with somebody else in the family. And so she got away from the family and she went and lived with that aunt and went into therapy, she was completely feminine, beautiful. I was like, oh my God. Yes, Dana. She said, you freed me. I was like, I didn't free you. I was a vessel. God did it, but I was still coming into my gift. I didn't really know it that well. Trust me, I was uneven with it because I also would tell to people that wasn't ready to hear it without prefacing it. And what are you talking about? Who told you? Who you about business? You talking about sister? Because they know that the only person they told this thing to was their sister. And then here I am and I know it. And they like, my sister told. I said, I don't even know your sister. God told me. And some people find it so hard to believe that she was mad at her sister. She was insisting that her sister told me. I did not know her sister. I was like, I don't know your sister. How your sister gonna tell me? I don't know your sister. God told me. So I had to learn how to preface it. I had to learn that I wasn't supposed to tell everybody. And it was predicated on whether or not that person was ready to receive it. It had to be honed. The skill had to be honed. And it wasn't necessarily easy because right now I'm going through something. I literally have a friend that we keep in touch on Facebook. I haven't seen her in years, but we've known each other we had to know each other for, my kids were like probably 5 and 8 when I met her. Maybe even younger, maybe 4 and 7 when I met her. And now they 36 and 33. So that's a long time. We've known each other for a very long time. And she's somebody who's very fancy and very labels. She's, we always like that when we were young, but she still is. Labels, cute. Everything is, this. And so help me God. So I still see her on Facebook, this, that, the other. And so she was with this guy. I'd never seen her show the guy. But I guess they had gotten to another point in their relationship, and this girl used to like boost and be in the street, and and then she got her life together. She went to school, everybody had their outside time. She got her life together, got a degree, this, that, the other, all that stuff. But so help me God, I looked at her social media and I was like, when I looked at her man, I was devastated. No, I don't know him, but I know he's sick. And I was like, I don't think she knows. I'm certain she doesn't. I'm certain she doesn't. But he is most definitely sick, sick, sick. And I was like, oh my God, what do I do? What do I do? Because is it my place to tell somebody that? I was just like, ugh. I've been going through a lot. Like I won't even go on her page. If I see her page, I swipe it through. I don't even want to see it because
just for the record, tell me.
Oh, what did you say? Tell me. Kayla said, tell me.
Tell me for the record. Okay. Tell me.
Some people say that to me.
No kind of way. I won't look at you any differently. I'll just have to deal with whatever it is, but tell me.
I will. And I respect that. People, you're right. Right, Sound Studio. It depends on how close you are. You're right. Like, I haven't seen this girl in ages. You know, we're friends, but we would be associates. I haven't seen her in ages. Like, we see each other on Facebook and, you know, IG or whatever. But like, how do I just interject into her life and say this? And I'm just like, I'm devastated for her. And she's not the first person I've seen. I've seen it a lot. But I don't think so, Sasha. Sasha said gently reach out to her and the convo will lead there naturally. Some people, and listen, some people don't want to know. That's another thing. Some people don't want to know. And I'm like, I have to consult with God. Like, is this what you're telling me to do? To say something? Because I think it was just a consequence of the gift that I could see it. But I was just like, oh. When I tell you, I felt a hole in the pit of my stomach. I was like, oh, I don't feel like it's my place. I absolutely pray for her. I did. And I will continue to. I don't feel like it's my place. I don't feel like God has moved me to go and have this discussion with her. And it's not easy to, how do you tell somebody that? People don't want to, listen, that could ruin somebody's whole world. If they're not emotionally ready to hear that, and I already know, here's my thing, why I know it's a tread lightly, and I don't want to just say something like that, because when people are still very attached to the material world, a part of it to me is one thing to like material goods, but when you have the affinity, for goods, for material goods like that, when you're so attached to the material world, it is predicated by some low self-esteem. It is. It's predicated by some degree of low self-esteem. And so if you have that level of low self-esteem, hard and tough information. Kobe? Let me see what Kobe's barking at. Yashi? What happened? What happened, baby? What you was barking at? Huh? The Truman Show? You okay? He was in there watching the Truman Show. You was barking at the Truman Show? What? What happened, Boo Boo? Something scared you? It's okay. I don't know if it's if you tell somebody who's ill-equipped to hear tough information, it's hard for them. You could literally break somebody. Hey, Jerome, he said, I like this conversation. Hopefully my spirit doesn't spook anybody. Listen, if somebody is not prepared to hear, do my dreams come true? Who you asking me, Lady B? Baby, so many. so many. God will put things on me. So many things I speak come to pass. So many things. When I tell you, even down, there was a time I told you about the oh God, nah, the menopause brain boy. What was it? Uh, K-Leg, Black Panther. What was our boy? Where you at, K-Leg? What was our boy from Black Panther name? His name is slipping my mind. Somebody put this in the chat now. Chadwick, thank you. Chadwick Boseman. So Chadwick Boseman, Nirvana was little. She was at her grandmother's house. And I went to see this movie. As soon as I got in the movie, I was like, oh my God. The movie was good, but I couldn't focus on the movie because I kept saying, oh my God, Chadwick Boseman is sick. Our brother is sick. And I said, I was overcome. I saw a death mask on him. I was like, holy moly, this is years before it ever came out. I said, oh my God. So I came out of the movies and I went on Facebook and said, just came home. It's somewhere still in Facebook. Said, just came home from seeing, I think it was called 21 Bridges or something like that. I said, just came home from seeing 21 Bridges. Great movie, but I couldn't focus. Our brother Chadwick is sick, and I'm praying for him. I'm praying that God is merciful to him. I was overcome. I couldn't stop seeing it. When I tell you, I went to sleep. By the time I woke up, you would have thought World War III broke out on Facebook. I got so much people cussing. I'm talking cussing me out. You bitch, how you gonna say that about him? He ain't nothing wrong with that man. He probably doing a movie. He's just you stupid. You gonna say something like that? I said, what? How you gonna wish death on him? I said, wish death. I said, you are dumb. I would never. I'm telling you what God has imbued in me to see. The word said, those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. I said, this is, people could say he looked gaunt in that movie now, but back then, it was way before he ever got sick or said anything. He was probably sick, but nobody in the world knew. And I could see it. And when I said it on Facebook, people lost their mind. I'm talking, people was DMing me and inboxing me. People was in my chat. I had to block. It's the first time in my life I ever blocked anybody from Facebook. I had to block mad people. People I didn't know was going off. You crazy, you this, you that. I said, what is happening? So a young lady I knew, Michelle, she believed in my gift because when we have a mutual whose mom passed away, and they didn't do a formal repast. We went to a restaurant afterwards. And while we're at the restaurant, we're talking, and she was like, oh, and if I'm probably never going to have a baby and this, that. I said, do you not want a baby? And she was like, what do you mean? I mean, how am I going to have a baby? I don't have a boyfriend. I said, I'm asking you, do you not want a baby? And so she looks at, this was my first time meeting her. So she looks at our mutual and she's like, what? What are you talking about? I said, because there's a baby and an old lady hovering over your head since I've been sitting here. Do you want a baby? You have a baby on the way. The old lady is holding the baby ready to release it. You have to want it. Do you want it? But she's like, what? She looks at our mutual and then this other girl who I didn't know. And she's like, I told you Eb is different. I told you she's different. And she was just like, Mom, I want a baby. She's like, but I would have to have a man first before I have a baby. I said, he's been in your life all this time. He's been here. You have to say it out of your mouth. So your grandmother, this old lady, you have a grandmother that passed away. She's like, oh my God, yes. I said, your grandmother's holding the baby for you. You have to speak it from your mouth so she can release the baby. She was like, listen, it made our mutual friend's mother's passing very awkward. But she just kept, I'm never going to have a baby. And she kept saying, I'm a crack baby. I'm a crack baby. And I said, don't you ever say that again. Don't you ever say that again. She's like, oh, well, that's what they always said about me. My mom was on crack when she had me. I said, listen, you are not a crack baby. Your mother was addicted to crack when you were born. You are not a crack. When I tell you this young lady was a genius, we were talking about a whole host of conversations. She was like, yeah, because people have disorders, and was quoting the DSM-5 verbatim. The DSM is the Diagnostic Service Manual for all mental illnesses and diagnoses. And this woman was quoting it verbatim. I was like, what measure of genius is this? I'm among, like, I was hype. I'm a nerd. I love nerds. Oh my God. I said, you are a mother already. This old lady and this baby have been hovering over your head since you got here. You have to want it. Speak that if you want it. Say it. This is, you're at the precipice. Say it. She said, I want to have a baby. I was like, okay, now prepare yourself. Baby, me and her became fast friends. She was kind of awkward already. So me being different was inviting to her. Plus, no one had ever said these things to her. No one had ever told her. I said, don't refer to yourself as a crack baby. Not another time, please. I can't take it. You're not. You're a genius. Excuse me. No one had ever spoken life into her like that. And we became fast friends. It's so funny because her and our mutual were sorors, and it was tight. And because of how fast she and I developed a friendship, her soror felt pushed out, and her soror was my friend as well. She felt pushed out, and she kind of cut both of us off. But me and her became very close. And one day, her and her man, then she started dealing. This got her partner in business. They ended up starting to see each other. They started being together, and then she was like, "Oh!" Before she even told me they were together, she said, oh, well, he's getting a place, so we need some furniture to buy, this, that, the other. And I was like, oh, well, I'll sell y'all some stuff, because I was selling some stuff and buying some new furniture I had this mansion. I was buying some new stuff. So I was like, well, y'all can come and look and see what you want, and I'll make a deal with you. So he wanted a table. They needed a table and chairs and all that to eat at, because I think his aunt was living with them too, or grandmother or something like that. But so I said, okay, y'all can have this. And then the Holy Spirit told me, give them some other furniture. Sell them that, but give them some furniture. And when we came, I said, come upstairs and look at this, see if y'all want this. And she came upstairs, and I said, I had this feeling come over me. I said, you're pregnant. And she was like, what? I said, you're pregnant. She was like, no, I'm not. I said, listen, now I done told you I am God's vessel. I can feel the presence of a life in this house. You're pregnant. And she was like, don't say that out loud. No, I'm not. And I was like, listen to me. I don't care what you think. I'm not going to say nothing out loud, but go take a pregnancy test. I'm telling you, especially with how you used to say, oh, I'm a crack baby. You want your child to have full prenatal. You're pregnant. Go take a pregnancy test. I'm telling you, I can feel the life. I can feel a life, a presence in here. She was just like, she just tapped me on my arm. I'm like, oh, okay. We went back downstairs. I said, y'all can have this. And then I was even more implored to just give them the rest of the furniture. I said, y'all can have this. He was like, what? I said, yeah, y'all can have this, because I'm redecorating. So you guys can have it. He was like, you're giving it to us? Like, I don't have to pay? I said, he's like, are you sure? And I was like, no, you can have it. And he was just like, wow, thank you. Oh my God. And then probably 2 weeks later, she called me and she was like, oh my God. And I said, what happened? She's like, I'm pregnant. I said, I know. I told you that day. I told y'all, my homegirl Carla called me one day. Me and my husband were coming back from he had some friends that got married the year before we got married, and it was their 25th wedding anniversary. And I went to, I'm a certified wedding minister. So we went to it, but I also did a vow ceremony for them while we were there. And they lived far up, and we were driving back and the phone rang, and it was Carla. And I promise you, I said, congratulations, as soon as the phone rang. And she was like, what are you talking about? And I was like, you're pregnant. And she just started crying. She was like, oh my God, how do you know? I said, God just told me, but as soon as the phone rang, God said she's pregnant. She was like, how do you know? Another year and a half later, she called me again. I said, congratulations. She was like, what on earth is this? God has given me, I don't own this gift. I am a vessel. While these are the pleasant things I'm pointing out at you, there have been many unpleasant situations where the gift kicked in, and trust me, it was a bad situation, unpleasant. You have the gift too, Jerome, and we need to find a community of people like us that have these gifts to help us with. Because it's a heavy life. It's heavy, ain't it, Jerome? It's heavy, ain't it?
I'm on your Facebook right now. Of course, I scrolled to find your January 6, 2020 post that says, saw 21 Bridges, super dope. Side note, every time I look at Chadwick Boseman, I see illness. ALS, Parkinson's, hope not, hashtag bless up, bro. And then your next post, referencing that obviously, is August 28th of 2020, when you said, I posted this back on January 6th and again on April 17th. I got so much negative feedback, it was ridiculous. I hope I don't see anything for some of y'all that attacked me, because how would I be able to share it and possibly help you? May Chadwick Boseman rest in peace.
The reason I brought up Michelle is because when I think it was what you said, in between him resting in peace, it was maybe April. You said the other time you shared something. All of a sudden I kept getting all these notifications. And I was like, what is going on? Why am I getting all these? That situation made me cut off notifications, because I was like, what is all these notifications? You'll see my friend Michelle say, oh my God, Ebony G said this a while. Look for that post somewhere in there. The same Michelle I'm telling you about that I said your baby's hovering over. She said, Ebony G said this a while ago. Listen to me. The abuse I had to endure when I put that Chadwick Boseman post up. The abuse I had to endure. I had to cut off mad people off of Facebook. Mad people. It was unbelievable. I said, geez, Louis. That's why I said, I hope if I see something for y'all, those who treated me like that, if I see something for y'all, you better hope that I shared with you, because it ain't easy. What day was that, Kaylin?
That was August 28th, 2020.
Wow. You see how things live forever in the internet? See, a lot of times I tell people stuff, people think I just be talking. So help me God, when I tell you it ain't easy. It ain't easy. It is so tangible, and it's heavy, because when he came out and did that Jackie Robinson thing, I was like, people was like, oh, that nigga on crack. Oh, that nigga smoke crack. And the internet was tearing him apart. And I was out there like, don't do this. Don't do this. He's sick. Before he ever announced that he was sick.
Huh? What did you say? Before what?
I said, before he ever announced that he was sick, he came forward on Jackie Robinson Day, dressed in the number 42 hat and the shirt or whatever. And he was looking very emaciated. And the internet went crazy. People was like, that nigga on that shit, he's smoking crack. Da, 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 da. And they were tearing him apart before they knew. And I was like, I was fighting the whole internet for him. I said, don't do this. He's sick. Stop it. Stop it. And people was like, shut up. You don't know that man. This, that. And then when he passed away, and I told y'all the story before he passed away. So I'm in my house, a frog started croaking in my backyard. Mind you, there's no water source out there. So when I told my aunt that, my aunt said, no. That is not good. So she told me some Trinidadian stuff to do. She said, no, you get these items and you have to mop your whole house down. Mop your whole house down with this solution, and then get in your car, take that water and go throw it over an embankment away from your house. And I was like, oh my God. So while I'm mopping the floor, all of a sudden, Holy Spirit said to me to say, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom loud 3 times. And I was just like, now when I was a teenage girl, back in the 80s in New York, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom was an off-Broadway play. I had not heard of it. I had not thought about it. I didn't remember it. This was 20. When you said he passed away? 2021 or 2020? Kayla,
2020.
what month was it?
It was August 28th of 2020 is when you posted it.
My aunt told me to give my daughter a certain bath and for me to mop down my house. I'm mopping my house down with this solution, and I just scream out, "Ma Rainey's black bottom, Ma Rainey's black bottom, Ma Rainey's black bottom." Nirvana came to Nirvana was like, "What? What are you talking about? What did you say, mommy?" And I was like, "Ma Rainey's black bottom." She was like, "What is that?" I said, Holy Spirit told me to scream that out 3 times. And she was like, "What does it mean?" I was like, "It was a play when I was a teenager." She was like, "Yeah, but what does that have to do with now?" I said, "I have no idea." I'm mopping the place out. So I finish mopping and I go in the car and I drive a few blocks and there's an embankment over and I throw all the water over the embankment. I come back to the house. I'm downstairs in the house. So help me God. Nirvana says, "Mommy." I say, "What?" She runs to so we have like the banister over the breezeway. She runs to the banister. She goes, "Mommy, you're not going to believe it." I said, "What?" She said, "Turn on the TV." I turn on the TV. There's a woman saying, "It is with sadness we regret to inform you Chadwick Boseman has passed away." And I'm like, oh my God. And then there's telling a litany of all his accomplishments. And they said his final project yet to be released is Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. I looked at Nirvana. Nirvana looked at me. I was like, she said, "Mommy, that's what you just was screaming." I said, why did God make his spirit pass by me before he left? Why? Why me? Who am I? Why me?
That is something that's
other
I don't know how you deal with that. That's something that would just freak me out.
Well, when I say it's heavy, I'm not joking. It is heavy. Nirvana was like, "Mommy, why did God make you say that?" I said, I don't know. Do you know how many people spirit God makes them pass by me before they leave? I don't know. Listen, I told y'all a few months ago, my friend Ray DeJean passed away. Ray DeJean was the host of Video Music Box. Video Music Box was created by Ralph McDaniels, VJ Ralph McDaniels, Ray DeJean, and Ralph McDaniels. For y'all that don't know, he had a clothing store next door to my beauty salon. So we were very tight. His brother, Brian, ran the store. Brian and his best friend Reno ran the store, but it was Ralph's, VJ, it was Ralph McDaniel's store, but he had Video Music Box. And we were all just a whole vibe. We were all tight and all this stuff. And Ray DeJean was the host of thing. And me and Ray DeJean was super cool. So I'm sitting on my couch. You can look, you in Facebook, look at that Facebook, look at that in Facebook, put Ray DeJean. You could spell it Dejon and also Dejean. I'm sitting on the couch with Nirvana. Nirvana pulls up a picture and says, "Mommy, this is my favorite picture of you." And it was a picture of me back in the days. I was on Video Music Box. I had sang and I was on it, and Ray was interviewing me. And I was young. You could see how young I was. I even had the thin little, when we used to shave off our eyebrows and then draw that thin line, I had that. Don't ask me why. But anyway, that was what was out at the time. And so help me God. My daughter says, "This is my favorite picture of you." And I think I posted it. I think I posted the picture. And she was like, "Who's this man again, Mommy?" And I said, "Oh, that's my homeboy, Ray DeJean." And I explained it just like I told her. He was the host of Video Music Box and and all. And she was like, "Oh, the Ralph McDaniel that had his clothing store was next to your beauty salon." I say, "Yes." Do you know the very next day I opened Facebook and it says, "Rest in peace to Ray DeJean." I was like, what the fuck? When they said rest in peace to Ray DeJean, guess when he passed away? When Nirvana was showing me the picture. And guess what? It was his birthday. So help me God. You'll see me with that picture posted up there. And I said, oh my God. Nirvana picked up this picture and showed it to me and said, "Mommy, this," because Nirvana has the gift too. "Mommy, this is my favorite picture of you." And I said, when you talk about freaky, I was really messed up behind that. Because when your counterparts start to depart, it makes you face your own mortality. But for some reason, the Most High makes, I don't know what it is about my soul that's tethered into, Most High makes people pass by me when they're leaving. I'm not exactly, I've had so many of these situations, so many. I said, oh my God, Nirvana just showed me this picture. He apparently had a heart attack or something on his birthday. Listen to me. When I tell y'all this walk, for years, people tried to gaslight me because I had this gift. For years, people tried to make me feel like something was wrong with me. People tried to diminish it. People tried to, take me out of, let's go back to my origin. Not origin, but the origin of why y'all know me. The devil tried to take me out because I was the holiest thing in the club that night. I had just gotten saved. I was born again. Like you see those horror movies, who do they have to get? They have to get the virgin, the innocent spirit. In the nightclub, because I had just been born again, I was the spiritual infant in that club. The devil is that wicked. I'm telling you, if the person is sold out for the devil, it's never a struggle. It's an easy, they live in their life. They look like they live in their life. You struggling every day, you working hard, you robbing Peter to pay Paul, you put in $50 on the lights and $20 on the gas, and you spreading it out to make sure everybody get a little to keep them running. And there's somebody who was about that life, living life, everything is designer, they good, they always in the club, they chilling, they driving nice. And you're like, what the... I'm smarter than this motherfucker. I got a degree. This nigga ain't did shit. Why is his life so easy? Don't sweat that. That ninja lives for the devil. That's why his life is a cakewalk. The devil don't have to fight for your soul once he got you. Once you are a reprobate mind and spirit, you don't have to fight for your soul. You're a willing participant. You will do nefarious deeds to get what you got to get because you living for here and now. You're a material-based person. But you see, when God has his hand in your life and he is calling you to something greater, it's a tug of war. That person who's about that life and they always on a vacation and they traveling, they got a job, but they traveling 6 times in a year. You're like, who got this much vacation time? They already living for the devil. You don't watch them and make your eye ever get jealous. They're gone already. That is to antagonize you, to make you compromise your integrity so you could get down with what you think they got going on. Okay? When you still got a little tug of war, when you got $100 and you try and split that 7 ways to make sure everybody get a little something to keep everything running, that is how you know God's hand is still on your life. The struggle. The struggle just lets you know you are still in the realm of God. You all know that homegirl. Every time you turn around, there's a picture. I'm in here. She's in Greece, sitting on that restaurant in the sky, eating like it ain't nothing. You couldn't pay me to go in that thing. You could not pay me to sit at no table, elevated in the sky with no bottom, eating charcuterie board. What? No. Every time you turn around, that's why you cannot idolize. There you go, Sasha. You cannot idolize people. That's right, Spooky. You cannot be not envious because of evildoers. You cannot watch what nobody is doing. The devil is going to give them, their life will be replete with excess because he's trying to tempt you. He's trying to tempt God's children. If you are sold out for God and you are a little, struggling, you have got to just let it be what it is. You go and struggle for God. Cause baby, you see one thing about the devil, baby, when he come for recompense, he wants everything. He wants everything. Everything. You ever see a mother, all 3 of her sons get shot and killed in the street a week apart? Baby, when the devil come back, he don't want you. He want what breaks your heart. He want to destroy you. He want to break you down. And baby, when I say he coming for the gusto. So never you sweat that person, you know, their life is living so it look like it's so much fun and it's always on the gram and it's, you know, how about a round of applause, Academy Award winning life? Baby, that ain't what you want. That ain't what you want. I'm telling you. Struggle a little. A little struggle means you're still on the right team. When no struggle there, that's the person you got a family member right now. You're like, oh, that sounds like my cousin. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's you going right on and struggle and keep your head held high and then keep your integrity intact. There you go, Sasha, still using that Apple, just in different ways. Now it's an Apple phone for you to look on the gram and see how life look golden, balling. You see her man, you know he can't string together verb, you know, subject verb agreement. This ninja life is popping. You like, what the? What's how? Mm-hmm. There you go. He takes away what you love the most because that's how the devil do you. See, he gave it to you, but he'll take your child. God forbid. And I'm not saying every situation where somebody lose a child is that. No, there's just real life that takes place that everybody, no man knows the day or the hour. We don't know when our time is up, and that's just it. However, there are certain situations you will see that God will. I've seen situations where I know God is ending a bloodline. Y'all ever pay attention to that? Ending a bloodline. And don't say sleeps with you, Jerome. I know what you mean. How I used to voice it was that he was sitting on my windowsill. Because you could always feel the presence. They trying to get you at all times. Don't say he sleeps with you. Because then you're claiming ownership and taking that in. I used to say he is sitting on my windowsill looking in, trying to call my name and get my attention. Don't take ownership of him. Rebuke him from within your house. Rebuke him from within your house. Declare and decree in the ever-loving name of Yeshua. And another thing I tell people, a lot of people like, oh, my prayer is not being answered. You know, God not answering my prayers, this, that, the other. If somebody said to you, let's say Margie said to you, hey, Jerome, there's a guy down the block. His name is Tony. You're going to go down there. You're going to see a guy standing in some blue jeans. Say Tony. When he answers, that guy has $1 million for you. And you're like, oh, $1 million. Okay, I'm taking it. And then you go down the block, but you're like, Robert. And you're like, I'm supposed to get $1 million. Why I can't get my $1 million? Robert. Nobody ain't answering to Robert. What they told you his name was? Tony. But you calling for Robert and you want to know why you can't get your $1 million. Well, it's the same way that people call Yeshua, Jesus, every day. If his name is Yeshua, if the letter J did not exist when in the time where he came into being, the letter J did not exist and his name was Yeshua. And you daddy need a new pair of shoes and the baby need this and I'm praying for this house and this job and you calling the wrong name. If you calling Robert and they told you to look for Tony, no wonder your prayers ain't getting answered. You got to call Yeshua by his name. If you call him something else that's not his name, how are you getting your $1 million? Robert will never walk up to you and give you $1 million because you're supposed to be looking for Tony. We got to call the right name if we want the prayers answered, if we want the response that we're supposed to get. And I'm a firm believer, like we've been finessed out of our glory. So many people have been, look, we know if you go to any inner city community, anywhere in the world, there's about 12 churches within that Black community. Or that community of color, 12 churches. Them same people been struggling all their life, still calling for Robert when they were supposed to be looking for Tony. Still calling for Jesus when they're supposed to be talking to Yeshua and praying to Yeshua. Like, bunk beds? You said, so I got to get rid of these bunk beds? I must have missed the bunk beds part. Yep. Let me see that. He said, I know a lot of families where sacrifices have been made. A lot of family sacrifices have been made. I know families like that, and every male was wiped out, and no woman can have a husband because of their how the great grandmother lived. That, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes. Yes, indeed. I believe that. I
That goes
believe.
back to those generational things.
Yep. Generational curses. And we have to we have the authority. The power of life and death is in the tongue. We have the authority to speak a thing as it's supposed to be. We have the authority to proclaim a thing for our life. I do it every day. I do it every day. I declare and decree over my house, over my family, over my life. I pray for everybody. I call names every day. It means that much. My grandmother was the praying woman of the family. My grandmother is departed. She is in the heavenly realm. So I took over that job because we are all the sum total. All of us that are pushing through, that went through something traumatic and we still push through, we are the sum total of a grandmother's prayers that you didn't even know was being made for you. Or some aunt, or somebody. We are all the beneficiary of prayers made on our behalf. Didn't even know we're being put into. You better call forth a thing like it is. You better break them curses. You better reclaim your power. I reclaim my power from every realm, every entity, every place, every heavenly realm, earthly realm, everywhere I've ever transpired, been in the world. Any person, any piece of paper that my name was written on, any organization that had my name in a book, in a ledger, in anything, I call back my power to me. I call back my power to me. Any iniquity, any witchcraft, any spells, holes, diabolical natures, evil, anything negative that was spoken against me in this realm, in any other realm, in the multiverse of realms where I exist, or doppelgangers of myself, I call back my power from everywhere. Every negative word that has been spoken against me, every ill thought that was spoken against me, I curse it. I break it down to the depths of hell. I declare and decree. I rebuke it back to the depths of hell from whence it came, never to return again. For I'm a child of God. Thus saith the Lord. I reclaim my power. I reclaim the essence of who I am. I reclaim my future, past, and present. I reclaim it. Time is not linear. Time is cyclical. The past, the future, and the present is all happening simultaneously. I reclaim it all. I have the autonomy for this, and only God has a say. I reclaim my power, my essence, my strength, my prosperity, my everything, my wealth. I reclaim it from every time, place, and realm. Call a thing that is not as though it is. You got to bring it under your authority and God's authority. That's right. Reclaim your power. That is where you get your autonomy. Don't you know when I speak things, it drives people, it drives people insane. People who don't know me. It drives them insane. They're like, who does she think she is? I'm telling you, I met this lady at the mental dialogue. She said, what is it about you? How do you have this faith, this resolute faith in God? Because I trust in my Father. I was standing at death's door. I felt my body particulate and break apart. I ceased to be a flesh body. I ceased to be flesh. I was only spirit and soul. I felt the cold air when I got shot. I felt my body break apart. And I felt the cold air rush into the place and rush to me and pass through me like a loosely knit sweater. And I knew I would never again be whatever particulates were holding me together. They had to break apart for me to come together the way God intended for me to be. That wind passed through my body like I was not solid flesh. And I'm telling you, I knew that day that I was forever changed. But that God had me. I threw my hands up. The first thing we speak death or life is in the power of the tongue. The first thing I said is, Father God, do not take me. I have children to raise. I'm not finished doing your work, Lord. Don't take me. And I also said to God, if you keep me here, and let me raise my children and let me continue to have life. I will do your bidding. I will do your will. Hey, Nicole, I will do your will. I won't question you. And that's why I'm so sold out for God. It drives people crazy. I'm telling you, people in my chat, I don't trust nobody be talking about God all the time like that God did it. I said, nice try, devil. I rebuke you back to the depths of hell from whence you came, never to return again. Move on, way. Move on, way. You think I'm going to sit there and let some naysayer in the internet make me feel insecure because I'm a God? And you know what they said? Somebody was like, oh yeah, she thinks she all that. She always God, this, God, that. And I went in the comments and I said, God. Take a few more with you while you go and don't come back. Oh, I'm sold out for God. When we said that prayer as children, it said, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us for our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against you. He's telling you he's going to provide for you your daily bread. You will never go hungry. He's telling you don't hold grudges against people and forgive people and don't hold grudges as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation. Don't be tempted by what you see other people have. Do not cast your eye upon people and be jealous of what they have. But lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Come on now. They said it to us over and over and over again. We kneel down at the edge of the bed and said it every day. How come people just said words and they don't take it serious? The book says, just like the birds of the air, the fish of the sea, and the animals walking on the earth. Do you see them working a job to eat? But they eat every day, right? We know they do because that's how y'all eat. They eat every day and then somebody slaughters them and y'all eat them. He provides for us all our daily bread. I have never gone a day where I was starving and I didn't know which way was up, that I couldn't feed my kids. Never. You think I'm going to trust some dude on the internet that be like, I don't trust nobody always talking about God. No, I'm going to stick with what works. Tried, tested, and true. When I was standing at death's door, when my body broke apart, like when they on Star Trek, when they used to say, beam me up, Scotty, and they pixelated and disappeared and teletransported, baby, that's what happened to me in the flesh. That's what happened to me in the flesh. Let me tell you something. When that happened to me, I said, oh, I trust God. I trust God. And before then, even before then, you would not believe the amount of things that have happened to me. But by the grace of God, there go I. But for the grace of God, I'm going to trust God. Because see, when I was in those valleys, on those hills and in those valleys, and nobody was with me, God was there and delivered me from whatever was trying to take hold of me. Shout out to Luna for the super chat. Thank you for helping me reconnect to God and fall into his love. The past year has been heavy for me. You and God helped me through. You're welcome, Luna. Thank you, my love, baby, my niecey poo. Thank you so much, my love. I'm so happy to hear it. To God be the glory. You know, I keep telling you, I'm just a vessel, boo. I'm just a vessel. He's just using me. He's just using me. And I just thank God. I give myself unto him to be, I sacrificed a long time ago. I not just sacrificed. I surrendered to God a long time ago and said, use me. Use me. Use me. I put my faith in God. He has delivered me every single time. There you go. Right Sound Studio said, I know this little opossum comes by. We always give him food. Everyone needs a little help sometimes. And he will not forsake his children. He won't forsake you. God over everything. And that's why I tell y'all, when y'all watch this Den of Kings, we reach into 4 hours. So we're going to get off of here because my lives be long. But this is what I'm telling you. Look, now that you've heard what I've had to say, now that you've heard I express myself, come approach Den of Kings, listening to NLE like that. When I tell you that man is God's disciple, I want to interview him. If anybody knows how I could get in touch with NLE, I want to interview him. When I tell you that man of God, don't hear it from the ear of grown men who are jaded in their lives because they grew up in a church and they were church hurt and things happened to them. And you'll hear multiple men at that table all say they were molested. You'll hear multiple men at that table, big, strong, big black men say they were molested. Take off the chopper. Nobody addressed him as Chopper, and I don't think he addresses himself as Chopper. He is sold out for God. His level of understanding and faith, his faith walk is so friggin' amazing. I was so impressed with him. I said, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And some of the older guys were trying to, I'm the big homie, you the little homie. Oh, chill, little homie. You don't know yet. You just 20. You ain't been 40. That only works when you're talking about the flesh. That only goes with some little young knucklehead that's still out here in the street talking all this whoop-de-whoop. When I get rich, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that and I'm going to do that. And he don't really have a sense of maturity or discernment about himself. You could use that on his flesh, but you cannot. Listen, while NLE's flesh house is only 22 biological years old, baby, that soul all the way grown. Those old heads could take a page out of his book and learn about faith from him. But only difference is they won't look at it like that. We are in this world. We think the old head, we think the OG, we think the big homie, no more than the little homie. Not always. Not always. Promise you. Wait till y'all listen to this man's devoutness to God. It was.
I haven't seen this. Sorry to interrupt. I haven't seen the episode yet, but I will say that I think that our generation, older generation, we tend to look at the younger generation and think that they don't know what they're talking about. However, I am watching how the world is changing. And like you say, counsel is for the elders, and what
I always say war is for the youth and counsel
there
is
you go.
for the elders.
There you go. That's it. The youth these days, they are different than I think a lot of us were when we were that age, and they're spitting some game.
I was so impressed with him. I said, this man has had, but see, what it tells me is he's had a reckoning in his existence, in his walk, and in his flesh incarnation in the world right now. He has had a reckoning. He has faced something that those OGs can't even imagine. He has faced, so he said, they were like, oh, you a little young, they was trying to young son him, you the little homie. And he was like, listen, you know how many of my homies I had to watch die in front of me? You know how many bodies I seen by the time I was a certain age? He said, and me being, he was wealthy since he was, I think 16, 17, he said, them same ones that came up in me, my day ones that ended up being taken out, I had to face that in front of me. And then I had to go talk to their mamas and bury them because mama ain't have no money to do it. I ain't no young nigga. I'm grown. And it's the truth. It wasn't until Kev on stage, people couldn't even, while they were respectful with each other, you could see that kind of dismissiveness that old heads can do to young people sometimes, where they try to, yeah, okay, nigga, you ain't lived yet. Tell me about that when you're 40. But here's the thing. It wasn't until Kev on stage said, oh my God, you are an OG. You are an OG. You 22, but in your environment where you come from, I think he's from Memphis, where you from, 22 is an old man. He said, yes, that's what I've been trying to tell y'all. And he was so humble with it. NLE was so humble, and I appreciated Kev on stage for taking that position and giving him his. Yeah, in the traditional realm of society, a 40-year-old might be considered the OG to the young boys. But when you come from Memphis, where kids wish they could grow to be 15, live to be 15, 22 is an OG. Not the least of which is this man is sold out for God. I can't wait till y'all watch it. It's such a good watch. Get a little snacky snack, some grapes maybe, and a little drink, a little glass of wine, or whatever snack, a slice of cake and some ice cream. Get your stuff and sit down and watch that. You will be impressed. In fact, I'm gonna watch it again tonight. I'm about to get off. I love y'all so much. You know I enjoy being with you guys every day. And God released me from my silence. So I'm coming back.
Hours. Oh my gosh.
I know, right? I'm sorry. It'd be like 1 hour. I'm like, okay. 1 hour, guys. What do I have to say that can fit into 1 hour? I be trying. But
we will be back on Thursday and consistently on Tuesdays and Thursdays from here on out.
K-Lig has made a schedule and she done cracked that whip. Now look here now. This is what we do. And I say, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because God will send you your people. God will send you your people that share a vision and see your vision. And it's a beautiful thing. And so it's okay I don't have a problem sharing the stage with K-Lig. She's super dope. She's brilliant. She has a way about her that I absolutely love. And it's refreshing. And so when she comes to me and says, look, I've created this, look at this, go over it, this is what we're doing. I'm like, yes. And she says, this is what we're doing, but then she'll put like 5 question marks. I'm like, child, yeah, I'm ready, girl. That's what we're doing. Because I play to the strengths of the relationship. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It doesn't matter who it is. I play to the strengths of our relationship, and that is her strength. And I'm giving her that. And I don't have any problem yielding that to her. So everything is where it's supposed to be. If you trust in God, he said K-Lig's voice put me to sleep. Could put me to sleep. Because listen, I told y'all she is living in that soft life. I'm telling you.
My kids would not say that about my voice.
What you said? What you say? Your kids won't say that?
I said my kids would not say the same about my voice.
Listen, she's soft life personified. It is refreshing, and I absolutely love it. And Lord willing, and the creek don't rise tomorrow. Please God, we'll come back and see Olia again. Y'all got to catch this chick also on social media. I forget her name, but she said, sometime ago, it's a Trinity girl, and she says story time. You ever seen her? Yeah, clock her teeth, baby. I love her. She's wise. She always has these little stories of experience. She's a nurse and all these different experiences. And I just absolutely love her, the wisdom. And then she say, my grandmother, my mother, and her brother. Oh boy, her brother is a piece of work, baby. I love her grandmother and her brother, baby. It just reminds me of my family, but she's dope. You'll see most of her stuff on like Facebook and IG, but check out.
Share it with me, and I can share it with the nerd herd.
Super dope. But everybody's like, K-Lig's voice is so soothing, and it's a great counterpart to mine because mine might be a little more rah rah. However, listen, I was gonna say, K-Lig, I was gonna say that's exactly where I got it from. I was gonna say that. But yes, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise tomorrow. Please God, we shall come again. Or at least I will put out some videos. And there's a couple of things I want to discuss as well. So I will drop in, and K-Lig like an hour earlier. But I'm gonna drop some recorded things that are not gonna be black screen. That was a total accident. I don't know how that happened. But I love you guys. And tomorrow, please. Lisa, how's your friend? Yes, Jamaican and Trini. My husband's Jamaican, I'm Trini.
I'm scrolling fast to find that Den of Kings link so that I can put that in one more time. It looks like some folks want to go watch that episode.
22-year-old, the 22-year-old man is NLE. He's a rapper. He was on a show called Den of Kings. K-Lig is about to put it in the chat again. Den of Kings. It's a show that this man, a poor's brain does be flitting my brain sometimes. Kirk Franklin, gospel singer Kirk Franklin. he has a show on a podcast on YouTube called Den of Kings. And this episode where NLE, Ray J, Kirk Franklin, of course, Kev on stage. Oh God, I just be forgetting my name. I just said my name 5 times already.
Jonathan Majors.
Major, and another gentleman. I hate to call him another gentleman. He is a psychologist. He was a former football player, doctor. So you guys,
Jay Burnett.
Say it again.
Dr. Jay Burnett.
Dr. Jay Barnett. K-Lig put the link in the chat. Den of Kings, guys. Click on it. Have a good watch. Enjoy it. We will come back and discuss it again. That is the homework. We will come back and talk because I think this episode was epic. A lot of us can learn so much. When Kev on Stage talked about, and I've known Kev on Stage since he first came into the landscape because he was a Christian comedian. He was very, very resolute and everything was just churchy, as he says. He grew up in a church, a very churchy family. That's how he came in. Eventually you could see where he wasn't pulling away from that, but he was doing a soft transition into broadening his perspective. He didn't have to be beholden to that. And it was very transparent for him to say he was angry with God because God took his brother away. He said back, and he said something so profound. He said, we were raised to be like, oh, God knows, God gonna work it out. God only knows the day and the time, and oh, it's gonna be fine. He said, I said that all my life to people. He said, until it happened to me, and God took my brother, and people in the church were walking up and saying that to me, and he was like, I don't want to hear that. Get out of here. He had to say, I was very angry. But he also said, through it all, his wife was by his side, and she was his pillar of strength when he could not be strong. He said it'd be one thing if he was sick, when he was sick, and he was like withering away and he was dying, and it was the course of the sickness. If God would have taken him then, he probably would have been more palatable. But he said he let him heal and get all the way back to healed and normal just when they made it, when they were getting ready to enjoy the fruit. The brother was his manager. When they were getting ready to enjoy the fruits of their labor, they were going to some award show or something, and he was and not just passed away. He was on the phone with his brother, texting and talking, oh, we're going to do this, that. And then when he got on the plane, they called right before the plane took off, your brother died. He had to grieve in the air. Listen, God has an infinite way of everything he does. But he said by the time he landed, his wife had been that source and consoled him and said, it's the most beautiful baby, enjoy. If you're awakened in the wee hours, please pray. It's a reason. Oh, absolutely. Please pray. But indeed, blessings are coming. God's blessings and anointing, grace and mercy over everybody here. I love you guys so much. God is still in the business of making things happen, healing. Surrender yourself to him. Surrender. If you're still uttering the term, Jesus take the wheel, you ain't ready yet. Because ain't no way you got to tell Jesus to take the wheel. He know you can't drive. He gave you the car. If you keep saying, Jesus, take the wheel, that means you are still battling Jesus and you think you're in control. Don't utter that statement anymore. Surrender yourself unto God. He wants you to trust him fully. Faith and worry cannot coexist. If you are worried, you do not trust God. You can be concerned about a thing, but if you're worried, you don't trust God, and he knows it. He wants your faith. You ever hear mustard seed faith? The reason they say mustard seed faith, a mustard seed is the smallest known seed to mankind that can be immersed, planted in the ground, and spring forth a thing. He wants you to have faith so finite as a mustard seed. Baby, trust me. Say, Father God, when you're ready, and get yourself ready, I surrender it all to you. I surrender. I trust you, Lord. Thy will, not my will. Thy will be done for my life. Watch and see how it all turns around. You got to surrender yourself like a newborn child. That's what he will make you, fresh and new under He will shed away all the stuff of the world you've been trying to carry yourself. He will clean you up. So you don't have to come to him clean. Come as you are. He will clean you up. Surrender. Just surrender. The things of old that you used to do, all your little stuff that you used to do in the street, you're gonna lose a taste for it naturally. I promise you. I promise you. Since I've been an empty nester, I've tried to like go out and go do this and go do that. I promise you, I'll be in spaces. My daughter said, "Oh, go out, mommy. Take yourself out to eat," which I would do all the time. I decided to go. I was like, where will I go? I ended up going to, I think I was TGI Fridays. I was in there, so much energy. I was taking on so much energy, feeling so much. I was like, oh my God, what am I doing here? I was overstimulated. I was like, freaking out. I wanted to get out of there. Then I tell the guy, excuse me, do me a favor. Just bring me a to-go box and my check. Let me go. This ninja took so, I kept saying, where is the guy? I leaned to the side and looked back. My boy back there with the arms akimbo, friggin' leaning on the counter, talking to one of his counterparts. I said, I had to get up and go back there. I want to go. He was like, oh, I forgot. What? I'm sitting here losing my mind. I want to get out of here. So much negative energy in here. My boy Kimbo, and I lean up and chat to him, friend. I said, what? I couldn't believe it. Yeah, it still exists. And baby, I needed to get the heck up out of there. It was too much. I mean, all kinds of energies that were not beneficial. I had to get up out of there. I called my daughter. I was like, oh my God, I'm so overstimulated. I want to get out of here. She was like, oh Lord, mommy, I'm so sorry. I can't be around all these negative energies. I can't do it. I said, I would have stayed home and ate. I mean, I don't eat bologna, but I would have ate a fried bologna sandwich better than being there. And I had to pay for it. But that was just God reminding me, you wanted to go do something. I let you go. Now you know that ain't for you. Stay all day. And I was like, you know what? I could have stayed at home, and I don't eat noodles, but I could have stayed at home and had a pack of noodles and I would have been better than going in there. I did not belong in there. I was looking around. I was like, I don't see people sometimes as people. I see their spirit. And it was like demons up in there. I was like, what the f- am I doing in here? I just needed to get out of there. But, love you guys.
Wait, before you go, just real quick, before we go, one last thing. Lisa Bruno said that her friend is doing good, moving forward with the heart transplant. A lot of steps in between. She's so positive. She's amazing. And thank you for asking, Natanya.
Oh my God, to God be the glory. Didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I say that, Lisa? And I'm speaking as Natanya through God, or God through Natanya. God through Natanya. Told you she was going to be here with us. She was going to make it. Father God, everybody, let's give a united prayer for Lisa and her friend. Lisa Bruno's friend. Father God, thank you for your grace and mercy. Thank you for your grace and mercy. Continue, Father God, to blow the breath of life into her weary bones, Lord God, and get her up to complete functionality again. So Lisa can tell us and send us pictures of them on vacation, living it up and having a good time. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. I thank you, Father God. Your mercy and grace and honor. All honor are yours, God. All honor is yours. Your grace and mercy. We are not worthy, but we thank you, Father God. All right. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you so much. That's why I love K-Lake so much. She gonna make sure I get done. Thank you, K-Lake. Thank you, Lisa. Tell your friend we're praying for her and we love her. All right, guys. Y'all know what time it is. Hey, Lisa. The other Lisa. Guys, it was a pleasure. I love you guys. We shall return. And K-Leg is going to warm your heart. You said it. You said her heart performance was going to go up to 25 to 30%, and it did. It was at 10% a couple of weeks ago. A couple of weeks later, it went up. See, God is an awesome and a mighty God. That ain't nothing but God. All glory and honor is his. All glory and honor is God. I cannot take any ownership. I'm simply a vessel, and I thank him for using me. Nighty night to everyone. Beautiful dreams. And like I said, reclaim your power from every time, dimension, and everything, guys. Reclaim your health, reclaim your strength, and always remember your mind. Because I don't care how strong your body is. If your mind gone, baby, it ain't worth for nothing. But reclaim your mind too. Love y'all. Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. Hey, I'm thank God for you seeing this channel tonight too, Jerome. We appreciate you. You're a part of the family. And then, but listen, we have a thing over here. When people's a part of the family, we always say, let me hold $1. Now you're a real cousin. You're a part of the family. You're in the nerd herd. Okay, guys. On behalf of myself and K-Lig, shout out to your girl K-Lig. Make sure y'all do your tithes and offerings. $, KAYLIGG. And if you so choose to throw a nickel or buy a cup of coffee onto my Cash App, $THADOPESTNERD. We love you. Sleep well.
Good night, everyone.